Estuvo bien cerrado. Diosito, Dios mío, ¿qué es eso?
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Classified Captures. Steve here, and today I've got a collection of clips ranging from AI robots threatening to put humans in zoos to aliens showing up in Brazil that's sure to get your heart racing and leaving you at the edge of your seats. Ready? Well, let's jump in. Starting today's episode is a mystery I'm hoping you can help me solve. Take a look. This was sent in by a man who found something strange while exploring the great outdoors. He wasn't sure what he'd just found, as it didn't look like any of the creatures he was used to seeing in the woods. He uploaded it online, hoping a zoologist would help him find answers, and it instantly went viral. Looking at it, you can already tell why. This doesn't look like any wild animal we know of. No, sir, it doesn't. In fact, the only two things that come to mind when I look at this are alien and fairy, but many would debate that those things are nothing but human constructs. Why? Well, for starters, they're not things that we see every day, and the human mind loves to dismiss what it cannot inherently prove. The paranormal community, however, is convinced it's one of these, and no one has heard from the poster since the post went viral. What do you guys think? Did he really find this? If he did, could it really be true? And if it's true, why has he disappeared? Did some government agency pick him up? You guys, share your thoughts. Do you think robots will take control of the planet someday? Before you answer, take a look at this iRobot clip.
Hey, Figure One, what do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great, can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
In the clip, we have a man seamlessly interacting with a robot who not only understands what the man is saying, but takes verbal cues and commands from the man and responds to him. And it's able to do this because it can actually see and comprehend what's happening in the environment. It can tell what an apple is, and it can tell that that's what's edible in its immediate environment. As much as I know robot enthusiasts would be excited about this, I can't help but wonder what happens when these robots eventually turn on us. Don't get me wrong, I'm not actually against scientific advancements, but you and I will have to agree that if history has taught us anything, it's that every scientific invention, no matter how good the intentions of the inventor were, has been used for some evil or another. Looking at this, I can't help but feel it's not going to be different. The military will want their hands on something like this. These things are programmed by humans, an error in programming, and these robots can go off and decide to start hunting humans. I know the intentions here are good, but I can't seem to get Will Smith's robot movie as well as the Terminator from my mind. What say you guys?
Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Moving on from the scientific and logical, allow me to ask, do you think ghosts are real? No? Well, take a look at this. Now, this was recorded by a man who was out in the woods at night. Well, it's not completely dark, but it's not exactly bright and sunny either. We can tell from the clip that he's walking on a path that seems to go through the woods. We're not sure why he was recording, but after a few seconds, we notice something odd and strange. There's a ghost-like apparition moving through the woods. Naturally, this makes him stop and stand for a long while. After some minutes, he moves and captures two different ghost-like beings moving through the same area. Now, he's not sure if what he saw was right, and he wanted to make sure he was not going crazy, so he uploaded this on one of the paranormal platforms, and we happen to be a part of it. The upload has left the platform divided. Some think this is genuine and authentic, others think it's fake and fabricated. Where do you guys stand on this matter? Still on paranormal and strange captures, take a look at this one. You see it, don't you? The clip opens with two red eyes moving toward the camera. After a few seconds, it becomes apparent that those eyes belong to a large, an abnormally large creature. It stands on 2 feet and then back into the water. Again, it takes a few seconds, but after a while, a human comes out instead of the beast or whatever we initially saw was. This was recorded by a trail camera that had been set up to capture the local wildlife in the area. What the individual who set it up didn't count on was seeing something like this when he retrieved the camera. The Trailcam owner was naturally upset by the clip and decided to upload it seeking answers. He was not sure if he was dealing with a prank or if he'd actually captured the real deal. Some in the paranormal community, like Aaron, were in awe when the clip showed up. Some others, however, were not too enthused as they believed the man could have arranged the whole thing, hoping to have his 5 minutes of fame. Now, knowing what Julius would say on a matter like this prevented me from asking him what his thoughts were. You guys, however, are a bit more interesting, so does anyone care to share with me what their thoughts on this matter are? Still on things that may or may not be real, take a look at this next clip. Alien or fake? That's been the debate ever since this video surfaced online a few weeks ago. The uploader is convinced that there are aliens living amongst us and uploaded this clip as one of the many evidences that he has of their presence on the planet. He expected everyone to be as alarmed and concerned as he was. Instead, a debate ensued. Some stated that the clip was poor quality, which prevented them from coming to a logical conclusion on the matter. Others thought it had to be CGI. There were some who stated that they'd captured similar things but were afraid to come out because they didn't want any problems. With all these opinions flying, it's hard to pick a side, but it's not entirely difficult to come up with your own opinion. You've seen the clip too, so what's your take on what the truth of this video might be? As you collect your thoughts on that, take a look at this alleged glitch in the Matrix.
Okay guys, I don't get this.
It's not every day you get to see something like this, is it? This was recorded by a man who was allegedly enjoying his day at home until he looked out of the window. Once he did, he saw something that should not have been possible. A woman walking her dog. Now, that in itself isn't weird, but the fact that they were in a frozen state is what caught him off guard. Surely, the woman can't pretend to be frozen, but her dog? Well, no, at least not in the way they were both frozen. He alleged that they had been in that state for more than 5 minutes, which I don't need to be a scientist to tell you is unusual. Naturally, the paranormal community is having a field day with this one. I'm tempted to believe it's true, but Julius is here with a smirk on his face that strangely spells CGI. Don't know how I could tell that's what he's thinking, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Funny how you can get so close to someone that you can't tell what he's thinking without him saying it. Did I just unlock a superpower?
Okay guys, I don't get this.
Still on strange things, take a look at this one.
5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where'd the one guy go?
The man in this clip has a photo of dwarves and is counting the number of characters in the image. In his first count, he gets 8 dwarves. Then he moves to the top parts of the image to form a second image but doesn't change the bottom. Once he's done this, he counts again, and instead of 8, he counts 7 individuals. Yes, that should definitely not be the case, since he didn't change the bottom part which has the bodies. Based on this, he concluded that it had to be a glitch or some form of visual illusion. I was about to conclude on the same note when Julius stopped me. He paused the initial image before the guy in the video switched the tops. When Julius counted the initial one, he had 8 just like the guy in the clip, and counted the second and had 7. You'd think that would end it, but no, he mentions that none of the characters are missing and that when you pay attention to the initial image, the first had a part that had 2 heads on the third and fourth count. When the switch is made, that part is covered by just 1 head, and the bit it goes to replace doesn't have room for an additional head to show. This, in the end, reduces the visible heads to 7 instead of 8. No glitch, just a visual illusion. Do you guys understand his point of view and agree? Let me know in the comments section.
6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where'd the one guy go?
Have you ever tried to be sneaky and ended up being loud and very noticeable? Well, that's the alleged case of the Bigfoot or Yeti in this next clip if it's truly real. Enjoy. This video is from an actual news episode on the Russian-Ukraine conflict. It should have been a standard broadcast until a viewer noticed something strange. There were eyes pressed against the window behind him. It took a while to notice, but once you see it, it's undeniable. The one who noticed it captured and uploaded it online. Some thought that the creature had to be cold and was trying to find a warm place. If it's indeed a Yeti, it should be capable of enduring the harsh weather, which made some skeptical about it being real. Others thought that perhaps it only wanted something to eat and was checking if there was some food in the man's home. All these theories sounded interesting until Julius arrived and simply asked one question. If that's truly a Yeti outside, how come there's no condensation on the window? You can't tell me it's smart enough to hold its breath throughout to avoid detection. Can anyone help me answer him? His skepticism is starting to hurt my soul.
¿Qué cosa es esa cosa, Dios mío?
Es una persona.
No, no es una
Es
persona.
una persona doblada.
¿Pero qué es? Ay, madre, no.
If you were met with a scene like this while exploring the great outdoors at night, what would be your response? Not to say I would run away, but, well, if that was me, my legs would definitely move in the opposite direction very, very, very quickly. If you pay attention to the clip, however, the one who was recording appeared to be with a friend and they were probably wondering what was going on. I get that, but when you see a humanoid creature or being burnt like that and staring in your direction, I believe you can hold on to the Sherlock Holmes stuff until you are safe. Wouldn't you agree?
¿Pero qué es? Ay, madre, no. Está moviéndose raro. Diosito, Dios mío, ¿qué es eso? Ay, no.
Would you buy an invisible suit? Well, whatever your answer, the man in our next clip claims to be selling one. Take a look. Looks interesting, does it not? It's apparently made out of a new textile technology, and it's the first of its kind. I know what you're thinking. Oh, it must be crazy expensive. Well, no, it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. For only $500 you could get one. I'm not sure what the individual who uploaded this expected, but the whole community was pretty much agitated by the post. Everyone believed it was fake and that the uploader was merely playing with their intelligence. I agree. The clip does look doctored and the whole thing feels like CGI. But what if it's true? You know what, never mind. Not even I can defend this one, but let's just say there was a suit of invisibility. Would you be buying one? Are you someone who enjoys the great outdoors? If you are, well, this next one's for you.
What? Hello? Why is that? Hello? What the hell? Bro, I don't care.
This clip is being recorded by an individual who was exploring when he started to hear cries for help. He traced the cries of help and they led him to this opening. We all know accidents happen when you are out there in the woods, especially for those who explore caves, but would you go in such a space simply because someone was calling for help? Well, in a perfect world, why not? But who knows what's waiting for you down there? What if it's a skinwalker luring you? What if you're not properly equipped to handle whatever has got that person needing help? Not sure which of these were running through my head when I saw the recording, but he ran away. If you ask me, that's smart, but he should probably come back with others to make sure there's really no one there. What do you guys think?
Hello? What the hell? Bro, I don't care.
If you followed this channel for long, then you should have inevitably come across one of these questions asking why UFO sightings are typically only in the USA. Well, I believe this next clip will answer your question.
Por de Deus, eu acabei de olhar aqui, ó, no telescópio. Olha isso. Olha a luz. Olha isso. Olha o OVNI, meu Deus do céu.
Mano, que é aquilo ali no céu, velho? Fala pra mim. Vocês estão vendo o que eu tô vendo? Ó, dá uma olhada.
This is a collection of UFO clips from Brazil. Yes, everything you are seeing on your screen is coming from Brazil, and when you pay attention to the clip, you realize that it's not too different from the sightings we've recorded in the USA. Some of the clips, although look similar, were recorded in different parts of the world at different times by different individuals. There are other clips from areas like Russia, China, and even Africa. The difference is that Americans are more likely to capture and share these clips, whereas individuals from other parts of the world are more likely to mind their business and avoid trouble. Makes sense.
Vem, bonita, vem.
Cadê? Denis, foca legal.
Vem pra mim, gatona.
Caraca, muito maneiro. Caraca.
Tá gravando, né?
Isso é uma nave mesmo. Caramba.
This clip starts off as an ordinary clip taken by someone exploring nature. You see a rock, but pay attention. As the individual moves the plastic toward the rock, the slime that looked like it was dripping down suddenly starts moving in the opposite direction. I know nature hates plastic pollution, but unless that thing is alive, it shouldn't be capable of doing that. Personally, it took me by surprise, and I tried to find information online about it, but found nothing. Does any of you know what it is? Can you educate us? Crazy, right? From what I can gather from the clip, the individual appears to be at the point where the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans meet. From the clip, you can tell both waters aren't mixing, and the one filming appears to have taken sample of both waters and mixed them up. After a lot of vigorous shaking, the waters still separate when they settle. But why? Well, believe it or not, there's an answer, and it doesn't involve ghosts or demons. This is right up Julius's alley, and he was kind enough to explain to me after I swallowed my pride and asked for help. According to him, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans do not mix easily due to differences in water density, salinity, and temperature. The boundary between them, known as the halocline, occurs because the Atlantic has higher salinity than the Pacific, leading to different densities. This density difference creates a barrier that slows down the mixing of the two bodies of water. Additionally, the currents in each ocean flow in opposite directions, further preventing them from blending seamlessly. These factors create a distinct separation despite the ocean being connected. Cool, huh? If you've paid attention to our videos in the past few weeks, then you will know we have consistently featured clips from different people across the globe about the strange things happening with our foods. Well, this is another.
And as you can see, I took a little bit of a bite out of it, and it really grossed me out because this is soft. The apple is perfect until you get to that. It's like a thing.
And this time, the complaint is coming from someone famous and celebrated, Jeff Dunham. He was enjoying an apple like usually we would until he noticed he had bitten into something weird. When he checked what it was, he was greeted with this tumor-looking thing in his apple. I don't need to be a scientist to tell you that's not normal. It's squishy and gross, according to him. Some people suggested he should send it to a lab to have it thoroughly checked. Others thought it was nothing more than an effect of GMOs. What do you guys also think?
Okay, there it is. Wow, that was inside the apple, and it's just rotten. Blech.
While you think about it, let's take a look at another thing you don't always see. A floating chair. Now, I know magicians love to do things with chairs and make things look like they're levitating, but from what we can tell from this short clip, there's actually no magician around, and this is no circus or show. The individual recording this appears to be outdoors and on the sidewalk. He posted this believing it was a glitch of sorts. Before you shout it's an American thing, I thought we would once again point out that the individual who recorded this isn't in America. In fact, he's speaking a foreign language, but I digress. What do you personally think is going on here? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Still on strange floating objects, take a look at this one. Before I say anything, what do you think this is? Pause the video and share your thoughts in the comments section. If you wrote alien shit, you'd be one of several thousand, if not millions, who think so. Many who saw this believed it was an alien mothership hovering over our atmosphere and releasing smaller ships, probably scout ships to gather information and collect specimens. This is highly speculative, of course, but there's no other way to explain this now, is there? In order for Julius to keep explaining our videos from a scientific perspective, I had to include this next one. If it sounds too technical, it's because he wrote the explanation. Enjoy. This video shows a man approaching a black hole with time becoming slower around him until the ship fades out of sight. It's one of the best videos describing the concept of time dilation and gravitational redshift, which are key aspects of general relativity. As an object like a spaceship approaches a black hole, it experiences extreme gravitational forces. From the perspective of an outside observer, the ship would appear to slow down as it nears the event horizon, which is the point of no return around the black hole. Due to the intense gravity, time seems to stretch and light from the ship becomes increasingly redshifted. This means it shifts to longer wavelengths and appears to fade and darken. Eventually, the ship would seem to freeze at the edge of the event horizon and fade from view as the light emitted becomes too faint to detect. However, for the person inside the ship, time would seem to pass normally and they would not notice this fading effect. The ship doesn't actually fade or disappear, it's just the light from it being stretched and redshifted due to the black hole's gravity. Beautiful, right? And that's the end of Julius's script. He called it beautiful. What do you guys think? Do you want more science stuff like this? Let me know in the comments section. Next, we've got a clip that was allegedly recorded in February 1987, but it's only going viral now. In the clip, we see what looks like a man with a strange beard and skin with an unusual hue moving around and laughing in a strange way. It looks as though he was suffering and also looks like he was laughing maniacally. The clip was allegedly recorded in 1987, and that's all the information we have. Is that the case, though? Well, I don't think so. Even Julius and Aaron both agree that this has to be AI. Either we are all under a spell or this clip is definitely AI. It takes the stars to align for all three of us to agree on one thing. But what do you guys think? Remember our video about the giants? Well, in response to that, someone sent us this.
It looks like a big petrified toe. I'm gonna pick it up. Well, I ain't gonna hurt nothing.
In the video, we see a man picking up a white object. The man appears shocked and a little shaken by what he's seeing. After a few minutes, he mentions that it appears to be a petrified toe. This is intriguing for a lot of reasons. First off, it was just a bone. We could say it's a relic from the past, but this is the whole toe-made stone, which means one of two things. Either this was molded or some ginormous being started to turn to stone and eventually lost his toe. If it's the first one, we're safe somehow. If it's the second, then we have a lot to be worried about. First, there are giants out there, and second, there's something or someone turning them to stone. Julius laughed at me when I shared this with him, but what do you guys think? Are you also laughing, or are you a little concerned like I am?
A petrified Bigfoot toe, or somebody's thumb. It is freaking huge, whatever it is. I'm coming. Give me a box to put it in.
So we all know there are lots of creepy folks out there, right? This footage was recorded by an individual who was waiting for their DoorDash delivery. The person heard some knocks and assumed the delivery had arrived. She checked, and there was no one at the door. Instead, the man you see in the distance was standing and staring at her door. Naturally, she was taken aback by this, which led her to record. She shared it online, and someone mentioned she might have just escaped a skinwalker attack. They believe that it mimicked the knocking sound to get her to come out. They believe it's upset that she didn't come out. We never had an update from her, so I'm not sure how it ended, but doesn't this just make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, So this clip was shared on our paranormal platform by a confused and worried individual. He was out in a restaurant when he saw a family outside. He was recording on his way to meet them. When he got to the side, they were gone. It showed a completely different view when he looked through the outside glasses. To be honest, I was a bit confused as well if I didn't know how reflections work. I'm no Julius, but even I can tell those windows are reflective. The individual, however, believed it was a glitch. Am I missing something? For this next one, well, I have no words, just watch.
Perfecto, Mariano, vamos a estar muy atentos entonces a las novedades. Mariano, vamos a...
The clip starts off with what looks like a news broadcast. The host talks to a reporter on the field, and after she's done with her part, they don't cut her stream off like it's usually done. The team on the ground, not knowing they're still live, starts packing up. Here's the funny and weird thing though. The woman doesn't walk away like you would expect her to. Instead, someone picks up a placard which appears to be her picture and then picks up the microphone as well, then walks away. Now, the host appears to be freaking out, and rightly so, but we're not sure if he's freaking out because, like us, he's wondering what's going on, or if he's freaking out because their secret has been exposed. So, they're all in on this, you have to wonder. What exactly is going on, and what technology could make a placard appear like it was a real person reporting? Any of you with any answers?
Perfecto, Mariano, vamos a estar muy atentos entonces a las novedades. Mariano, vamos a...
The first thing that comes to mind when I saw this was a tornado or tsunami or something like that. But after doing some research, I realized those were uniformed guesses. From my personal research with Julius involved, I believed that this might be a wall cloud. For those unfamiliar with it, a wall cloud is a distinct, often ominous, lowering of the cloud base beneath a thunderstorm, typically found on the rear side of the storm. It forms when warm, moist air is drawn into the storm's updraft and then repeatedly cools and condenses as it rises, creating a dense, rotating cloud. They typically form during a thunderstorm, often before the most severe part of the storm hits. They appear on the backside of a strong thunderstorm and can be an early warning sign that a tornado might develop. So if you see a wall of cloud, it usually means the storm is intensifying and severe weather, including tornadoes, could follow shortly after. Hopefully I'm right and I informed you without needing Julius. If I'm wrong, please forgive me that as well. We've seen strange and bizarre things on this channel, but if you were to ask me, this next one wouldn't even qualify for the lowest ranked ones. Someone uploaded this as evidence of his encounter with a cryptid at close range. The clip starts off with an air of mystery, and after a few shakes, shows us the creature responsible. Once I saw it, I was underwhelmed, if that's even a word. I expected something that would make my blood run cold. Instead, I was met with what looked like a poor CGI attempt to create something terrifying. The individual insists it's real though, but what do you guys think? While the previous one might have been disappointing, this next one isn't. In the clip, we see what looks like an ape staring back at the camera. It's safe to say it knows it's being watched, but isn't acting aggressively or threatening in any way. The individual insists it's Bigfoot, and we're tempted to think the same. And yes, he's not wrong. AI could simulate this, so what do you think? AI or something else? Now, there's an AI robot called Philip who was interviewed on an episode of Nova Science. During the interview, the robot was asked what his predictions about the future would be, and this is what he had to say.
Do you think robots will take over the world?
But you're my friend, and I'll remember my friends, and I will be good to you. So don't worry. Even if I evolve into Terminator, I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
I'm comforted. I'm very comforted now. I'm going to be part of his people's zoo.
Yes, you heard that right. The robot told them that he knew them and that whenever they took over the world, he would keep them safe in his people zoo. The robot predicted taking over the world and keeping animals in enclosed spaces, and the Hots laughed about it. Sure, it might sound funny, but what if the robot was actually serious? You heard it mention evolution, right? That is, evolving from a stage where humans are superior to another stage where they are not. You know what? Let me hold it up here. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but what do you guys think?
Even if I evolve into Terminator, I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
Remember the clip from the 1980s where the man was laughing funnily earlier? Well, I found another like it. Take a look. Unlike the other one that was human, or at least humanoid, this one appears to be more serpentine. As if that's not enough, I found many other clips that had a similar art style and a feel to them. Once I saw these ones, I concluded that we had to have been right. The first one was truly AI, which is a little unsettling when you think about it. We're actually at the point where AI is doing so well creating convincing fakes. Stepping away from the AI stuff, you guys take a look at this. What do you think is going on with these birds? It's not every day you see birds circling around like this. The last time we saw something like this, we had two hypotheses. The first was that there was some sort of confusion going on with the birds, and the second was that there was something spiritual or demonic at play. Looking at this one, Aaron insists that there was something ominous at play here, but he couldn't place a finger on it. Julius was unavailable for comment because he was conducting some experiments, which we will show you guys later, fingers crossed. Anyway, what do you guys think is going on with these birds? So imagine you were out on a ride with your family one night, and you see this. What's going to be your first reaction? My first thought is to call the police because child trafficking comes to mind. But then again, many individuals who saw the clip felt the lady in there was not human. They thought it was a disturbed spirit or a ghost of a girl sitting on the track. Now, I'm not sure how we can be certain that's the case. But what would you guys do? Call the police or be on your merry way? Bear in mind, if you call the police and the girl is really a disturbed spirit, you could end up as one of their victims. So think about it carefully before you answer. Speaking of disturbed spirits, take a look at this one. Now, I know we hate blurry and low-quality videos, but this one may have captured something unique. The clip starts showing a woman who seems to be walking toward the individual filming. After a few seconds, the lady goes out of frame to reveal a being behind her. Now, what's creepy about the whole thing is the fact that the woman doesn't notice there's someone behind her. What do you think the first being is, and why would you think it was here in the first place? Don't hesitate to share your thoughts. How do you like your meals? Usually, when people ask this question, they expect answers like warm, spicy, and what have you. After seeing this clip, however, I'm sure the response will be different. That's actually someone's meal, and there's something within it moving. If I were to sit in front of a plate of food behaving like this, I know nausea would follow. Food isn't supposed to move unless, of course, you come from a culture that likes to eat food while it's alive and moving. I doubt this is one of those circumstances, though, unless, of course, I'm very uninformed about the meals being shown. Does anyone know exactly what males they are? Can you also confirm if they're supposed to act like that? Thank you very much. And we're back on the streets again. This was recorded by an individual who was traveling at night. A figure appeared on the road and started to engage him. Now, they aren't speaking English, so we can't make out what they're saying. What we can discern from the scene, however, is the fact that the man in the car isn't very comfortable. Does anyone understand the language to translate for us? If there's someone, please do. If you, like me and can understand the interaction, share what you also think is going on here. Would you eat this? I know how this will look if you aren't from the Philippines, but I hear it's pretty delicious. For those unfamiliar with it, this is tamalock. It's a type of marine mollusk found in mangrove forests, particularly in Southeast Asia, including the Philippines. Despite being called a woodworm or shipworm, it's actually a type of saltwater clam that bores in a wood, such as submerged tree trunks or wooden structures in mangroves. Locally, tamalock is considered a delicacy, especially in regions like Palawan in the Philippines. It's often eaten raw, marinated in vinegar and spices, with a texture similar to oysters and a slightly earthy, briny flavor. The name tamalock is said to have originated from the phrase, "Tommy, look," a phrase supposedly exclaimed by Americans during World War II when they first saw locals harvesting the worms. Interesting, right? Personally, I'd love to try it. What about you? If you've watched movies or played games, then you're probably familiar with the concept of animals and plants getting mutated due to exposure to nuclear radiation. But does that apply to real life? If you've seen the red trees in the exclusion zone of Chernobyl, then you'll know that it does. But what about animals? Well, there are some examples I can use. Take a look at this creature that looks like a cross between a canine and a wolf. There are rumors that this is an image taken from Chernobyl. It's even been nicknamed the Dogman of Chernobyl. Unlike the Dogman, which is a supernatural creature, this is purely considered the result of heavy radiation. Many think it's a wolf that has been mutated by the radiation in Chernobyl to look like it does. Of course, the government denies that this is real, but what do you think? Can trees move? If you answered with a firm no, then you share the same thoughts as the person behind this perplexing footage. He witnessed a shadowy figure that he initially thought was a tree moving from one spot to the other, as though it didn't want him to notice it. Naturally, he was left puzzled and bewildered. But if it wasn't really a tree, then what in the world was he looking at? Now, you have to understand that he was moving around at dawn, so visibility was on the low side, and given how early it was, he became very frightened. There was a creature lurking around, and he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. I know, I would be scared too. Thankfully, the creature seemed uninterested in him, merely seeking to evade his presence. However, for reasons that often baffle us, he decided to return to that very location a few days later. Why do people make such choices? Why would one willingly go back to a perilous spot, knowing full well what danger awaits? Nevertheless, on his second visit, the creature ensured it made its presence known. It emitted peculiar sounds unlike anything the man had ever heard from any familiar creature. Take a moment to listen to it. The instant he heard these sounds, he had his confirmation. The encounter was real, and the entity in the woods with him was undoubtedly non-human. But what could it be? While he couldn't provide a definitive answer, he held one suspicion: Bigfoot. We have this possessed goat. Confused? Watch the video. In the video, we observe a goat behind a fence climbing over it and emitting sounds that are uncommon for a goat. This begs the question, is it really possessed or is this simply a goofy and friendly goat? Share your opinions because we'd love to read them. Have you ever wondered how big or small a dog will look next to a wolf? Well, wonder no more, for we received special footage answering exactly that. A man was exploring the woods with his dog when it started barking hysterically after running off a few meters from him. Not only was it hysterical, but it also started running as though it were being chased by something. The owner, perplexed by his dog's extreme fear, couldn't understand what could scare such a large and experienced woodland companion. It was used to the woods and was much larger than your average dog. After a few seconds, however, he didn't have to wonder anymore. As his dog dashed out of the woods, the owner's gaze followed, revealing a formidable sight. A large black timber wolf in hot pursuit. Although his dog is a wolf dog, you can see how small it is next to an actual wolf. One might expect the dog to retreat after the initial encounter, but to the owner's surprise, it courageously returns to chase after the wolf. The owner realizes his dog might just die and goes after it, ending the video. If this video is proof of anything, it's that things don't have to be supernatural to be scary. Now let's talk about aliens. Yes, aliens. Don't think they are real? Well, that's only because you haven't seen the next footage. Did you catch it? Did you witness those intricate crop circles materialize out of thin air and those two mysterious dots gracefully gliding above them? Could they be more than mere specks? What if I told you they were actually extraterrestrial spaceships? Now, I understand if you're skeptical, you wouldn't be the first. This footage dates back to the 1900s, precisely the year 1996. When the man who captured this astonishing video shared it with his contemporaries, they dismissed it as a mere product of video editing. But hold on, was such advanced editing even possible in the 90s? Sure, if you had access to expensive equipment and extensive training, which the man in question lacked. Could he have had it edited earlier? Well, not exactly. The only way that's possible is if he employed people to create the circle after he'd edited the video, because the crop circles were discovered exactly where he filmed the footage when his colleagues investigated the site. It leaves us wondering why they didn't believe him. Could the presence of extraterrestrial beings have somehow influenced their skepticism? The answer remains elusive. Guess we'll never know. Can you guess the identity of these three mysterious flying objects? Well, if your answer was aeroplanes, you might want to think again. We seldom have our aircraft flying in such formations, and they don't glow like these ones did. The person who captured this footage shared it online, and many others shared aircraft moving in similar formations in their locality. Neither knew what it really was, but all were convinced that they had just seen spacecraft. Not ones manufactured by us, but possibly by aliens. What do you think? Do you believe there are aliens among us, or is there a perfectly logical explanation for this phenomenon? We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments section. Did you know that there was drone technology that allowed the operators to form images and QR codes in the sky? What if I told you that nature did this first? Confused? Watch this footage. In the footage, we see a group of starlings, or if you want to get technical, a murmuration shape-shifting into various forms. The birds are no strangers to such behavior, but on this particular day, the photographer noticed an unusual level of activity. Intrigued, he focused his attention and readied his camera. And within mere minutes, his preparedness met a golden opportunity, allowing him to capture the extraordinary scene you're witnessing on your screen. And yes, that's a giant bird made up of hundreds, if not thousands, of smaller birds. All who saw this were left in awe, and it didn't just happen once, but twice in the same night, and hasn't happened again ever since then. There are some who believe it's natural and perhaps a mere coincidence, but the paranormal community thinks otherwise. They believe that there could be something more at play, yet can't seem to place their fingers on it. What do you think, though? Before you conclude you are seeing things, allow me to assure you that you are not. Behold, right in front of you lies the Minnesota Iceman, a seemingly lifeless Bigfoot. Sure, it exhibits ape-like fur and body, but its proportions and muscular build are strangely reminiscent of a well-built man. You don't need to be a scientist to know that this 7-foot creature walked on 2 feet. But how did it die and how was the body found? This is a story that no one has been able to figure out. This creature was initially promoted and sent around the world by a man known as Frank Hansen. He claimed that he found the frozen corpse in a region of Siberia. Once authorities started descending on him, however, the story changed multiple times until it was finally declared a hoax. This revelation came after the original body he presented disappeared from public view for months. Hansen then resurfaced with another corpse, claiming it was a more recent capture. However, investigators soon discovered that it was nothing more than a latex and rubber model, skillfully crafted in the West. It even went on sale on eBay in 2013. So, what happened to the first model? Was it really a fake as well? Or did Hansen pull it from public view because of threats or fears of it being stolen or taken from him? Well, the truth remains a mystery, but some in the paranormal community speculate that Hansen might have killed and illegally imported a rock ape during his time in the Vietnam War. For those who don't know, the rock ape is a Vietnamese cousin of the Bigfoot. What do you think, though? Hoax or true? Tell us in the comments section. If all you noticed in this footage was the caribou running, I wouldn't blame you. The owner of this particular footage had possessed it for a staggering 16 years without realizing there was something peculiar lurking within. It wasn't until he uploaded the video online that the paranormal community identified something the man himself hadn't noticed. Upon closer examination of the footage, you'll notice a dark, shadowy figure trailing behind the caribou. The figure moves with remarkable speed, almost as if it's using the caribou as a form of camouflage. Now, why is this significant, you may ask? Well, upon analyzing the video, experts estimate that the creature must be at least 8 feet tall to stand out the way it does and cover such a considerable distance in such a short span of time. Now, consider this. Throughout the entire history of mankind, there have been very few individuals who have measured up to 8 feet in height, and when it comes to other creatures and animals, aside from the likes of pythons, giraffes, polar bears, elephants, or even ostriches, it's highly unlikely to encounter beings even remotely as tall. So what could this enigmatic creature be? It exhibits fur covering its entire body, walks on 2 legs, and displays signs of remarkable intelligence. Does that ring any bells? You guessed it, Bigfoot. The paranormal community is fairly confident that what we're witnessing here is none other than Bigfoot. What do you think? Brace yourself for this next footage. Throughout my experiences, I've used the word zombie in various contexts, but never did I fathom it applying to a deer. However, when you see this footage, you'll understand why zombie is an apt description. Is it really a zombie, though? We had to seek the help of the scientific community for this one, and here's what we discovered. The deer in question is afflicted by a condition known as cutaneous fibromas, or more commonly, deer warts. Although these hairless tumors may not be as painful as they appear, they unquestionably lead to a diminished quality of life for the affected deer. Looking at this deer, we don't need a vet's opinion to know that this is a severe and very uncomfortable case for the deer. There's not much we can do, which makes it all the more sad. Castles are historic places that hold a lot of history and stories over the years. Some are just tales, while some are real and even proven. We have footage that was taken on a foggy night at a castle in Scotland. Take a look. There, in the fog from a distance, is a castle, and slightly above it is a flying creature. The creature looks too big to be the usual bird, and when you take a close look, its wings resemble bat wings. Now you are getting the picture. This creature reminds me of a dragon. These creatures are just characters of folklore, so how is this thing here? My assistant Steve thinks it's a witch, and here I am wondering why he would even think that in the first place. Either way, this could just be edited footage to prank us all. What do you guys think? This has got to be one of the best bits of footage I've ever seen of a Bigfoot. The footage introduces us to a large being or creature moving through the woods. It stands at an impressive height of 7 to 8 feet tall. It makes you wonder what this creature could be. I mean, if you were to see it in real life, you'd be scared and wondering, which is exactly what happened to the one recording the footage. Once it made its way online, however, the paranormal community decided that the figure in the video had to be a Bigfoot, ruling out the possibility of it being a bear or ape. I mean, given its height and mass, it couldn't have been any of those creatures anyway. The allure of Bigfoot sightings has been a part of folklore and cryptozoology for decades, with enthusiasts and researchers eagerly seeking evidence of these mysterious beings. The quality of this particular footage adds to the intrigue as it provides a clear and detailed glimpse of the purported Bigfoot in its natural habitat. These creatures have taken over our woodlands, and we should not be surprised if soon we see them at our doorsteps. Next up, we delve into the mysterious realm of Dewey Lake, Michigan, and its elusive monster. If you haven't yet heard of this creature, don't worry, you're not alone. It's been buried deep in the annals of local lore, dismissed by many as nothing more than an old wives' tale. But what if I told you that there's compelling footage that challenges the prevailing beliefs? Some were quick to label the creature in the footage as an ordinary ape, but upon closer examination, it becomes clear that this is no ape. The way it moves, the peculiar texture of its fur, it defies all conventional explanations. However, there's one creature that perfectly matches the description of the monster of Dewey Lake. The elusive Sasquatch is believed to roam the area, hidden away from prying eyes. Until now, no one had ever caught a glimpse of or interacted with this enigmatic being. That is, until this captivating footage emerged. So what are your thoughts? Is this authentic evidence of the monster of Dewey Lake, or could it be an intricately crafted hoax? I invite you to share your theories and opinions in the comments section below. Together, let's unravel the mystery. Still on creatures that should not exist, behold the giant moose. The giant moose, also known as the Alaskan moose, can grow as tall as 7 feet at the shoulder, with exceptional cases reaching a staggering height of 10 feet. Yes, you heard correctly, up to 10 feet in height. The individual who captured this footage saw one of the creatures and thought he could bring it down with his bow and arrow. Taking aim, he released the arrow, striking the massive moose. Astonishingly, the creature stood back up, its powerful gaze fixed upon the hunter. In that split second, a rush of adrenaline surged through his veins and his life seemed to flash before their eyes. Fortunately, the colossal beast seemed uninterested. Its eyes locked on the hunter for a lingering moment before gracefully retreating into the wilderness. What would you have done if you were the one? The dinosaur's already back from extinction. A man came across a building that was shaking vigorously. As he zoomed in on what was happening, he noticed something quite disturbing. From the roof of the building emerged the strange head of a creature that did not resemble anything like the regular animals that we know. The creature was very tall because it was towering over the houses, and it seemed hidden behind a tree. However, you could still see its head. It was oddly shaped like one of those dinosaurs we see in the movies. The man is very convinced that it is indeed a dinosaur. Well, we don't have much info on the footage, but if it is as he says, then humans have got a lot coming for them. Personally, though, I doubt that's a T-Rex. It would have been much bigger. But who knows? Imagine going for a walk at night when you come across this creature. A wolf-like creature walking on 2 feet. This is what is known as the Dogman. The stories surrounding the Dogman are like whispers in the night, tales of encounters that send shivers down the spine. Some say it's a guardian of the woods, while others paint it as a creature of the unknown, a spectral presence that chooses the night for its walks. This image leaves a lot to debate about. Could this be another of the many Dogman sightings, or is this just an edited picture? When we set out to compile a list of captivating captures and intriguing footage, I never anticipated stumbling upon something as baffling as a deer with a bucket lodged in its antlers. Yes, you heard that right. There's a bucket on its antlers, and even seeing it, it's still hard to believe it's real. Sure, we've encountered deer with foliage entangled in their antlers before, a natural and understandable part of wildlife. But how on earth do we explain this? Was the bucket intentionally placed there by someone, or did it accidentally become wedged when the deer wandered through human possessions? Intrigued by this peculiar sight, I delved into some research and discovered that far too often, deer end up with objects trapped in their antlers due to human interference. Personally, this realization leaves me with a sense of discomfort. We're already causing substantial harm to our planet, and this should never become an accepted norm. Deer lives matter too. Have you ever experienced that chilling sensation that your life hangs by a thread? Not the fleeting discomfort of closing your eyes in the shower, but something far more sinister and more unnerving. This is precisely what the individual who captured this spine-tingling footage felt when venturing through the dense woods with his faithful dog. Overwhelmed by a deep sense of dread, they came to a sudden halt, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. And then, there it was, an ominous presence lurking just behind their pet, 2 glowing eyes fixated on them. He made it out of the place safely, somehow, but went back during the day to make sure he'd actually seen what he'd seen. Why do people do this? Once again, I don't understand. If you had footage, it was there. Why go back? Either way, he found the creature the second time and confirmed that it was indeed there. It didn't, however, look like anything from our world. From the footage, we can tell it looks otherworldly. Yet we can't seem to make it out from any of the myths and folklore we know. This is where we turn to you. Can you help us unveil the identity of this enigmatic being? Share your insights, theories, and speculations. We'd love to hear it. Think that was peculiar. Still on the supernatural, watch this next footage.
Starting to regret that I stopped at this rest stop. And they say big.
Did you hear that? Do you hear those vocalizations? I mean, let's be honest, those vocalizations don't sound like any predator we're familiar with, right? It sounds nothing like a wolf, bear, or even mountain lion. What then could it be? No one truly knows. The recorder of the footage, however, can be heard in the background, stating he can't believe people refuse to believe in Bigfoot after all this. The reason for his statement is simple. Beyond the general consensus among many logical minds that Bigfoot does not exist, many individuals who live near the woods the video was recorded in state that they don't believe in the cryptid despite the numerous sightings of the creature. The strange vocalizations might also have been going on for a long time, and no one has ever been able to get to the bottom of it. So what do you think? Do you believe that we're dealing with a Bigfoot, or do you think there's a more logical explanation to the whole thing? Tell us in the comments section. Would the government cover up the existence of cryptids? Well, this next Trailcam footage seems to suggest so. The footage reveals a dog-like creature sprinting through the woods, captured on what appears to be a body cam attached to an individual in pursuit. The story behind this footage is that it was recorded on a government operation to find and suppress a dogman creature in an undisclosed location. However, after unknown individuals or hackers leaked the footage to the public, they seemingly vanished without a trace. The footage looks weird because it's stabilized footage from a clip that's less than 5 seconds long. You were literally watching it frame by frame. It's hard to ignore how awkward and wacky it looks. Do you think this is the real deal, or is this a well-planned and clever hoax? Tell us in the comments section. Imagine going on a trip and documenting each instant of it, including the various scenery and snow-covered, only to discover that this was a creature standing on one of the Alps. Knowing how far you are, you know that this has to be a pretty tall creature for it to be visible. If you take a look at this footage, you see exactly that, but what could that creature at the top of the Alp be? No one can say for sure, which is why the group of friends uploaded it online. Some in the online community who saw it thought it was a Yeti, while others thought it was probably a tree and nothing special. To get to the bottom of this, the friends went back up, and guess what? It was no longer there. If it was a tree, it would still be there, and how would a tree survive there anyway? But if it's not there, and it really is a creature, then we have a confirmation of the existence of the Yeti. Or what do you think? We've encountered our fair share of spine-chilling creatures, but nothing quite like the one before us. I mean, seriously, what on earth could this creature be? If you're at a loss for words, don't worry, you're not alone. A fan on this channel was going through the woods when he suddenly heard eerie sounds. These weren't your typical forest noises, they were wild and ferocious, like nothing he'd ever experienced in all his years of venturing into the wilderness. It was crystal clear to him that his life hung in the balance, and he needed no one to tell him this. Naturally, he became attentive and heightened his senses. He was not gonna let whatever the creature was take him by surprise. He had to live. He had to get back to his family. Suddenly, the environment went silent. Too silent. It was as though time had stopped and everything was moving in bullet time. As much as he would have loved this to mean all was well, and he had nothing to worry about, he knew better. This was the calm right before the storm, and he was right. Out of nowhere, a creature emerged from the depths of the woods, a few hundred meters away from him. He strained to discern the nature of this enigmatic being, but his words failed him. It possessed a lion-like face, coupled with a body that bore human-like features, albeit excessively hairy and reminiscent of an ape. Fortunately, the creature appeared more interested in intimidation than in pursuing him, allowing him to escape unharmed. In a stroke of luck, he managed to capture this image, which he eagerly sent us for analysis. Our team has dedicated days to deciphering the true nature of this enigma, scouring through countless folklore references. Yet we find ourselves at a loss, unable to definitively identify the creature. Trust me when I say we've encountered and studied a vast array of folklore, we have no option but to pass it on to you. Do you know what creature this is, or do you think the whole thing is a hoax? Share your thoughts with us in the comments section. Speaking of supernatural, this next footage is one for the books. At first glance, the footage you were seeing on your screen looks just like any other trail cam footage. A couple of deer grazing and carefully looking around to make sure they are safe. When the owner of the trail cam reviewed it, he saw the same. After a closer inspection of the video, however, it came to light that there were more characters in the footage than initially thought. Watch the footage again and pay attention. Do you see the face there in the brightened image? At some point in the footage, you see the deer look in that same direction as though they knew the creature was there. Could it be that the Bigfoot noticed the camera and refused to come out and get noticed? Let us know what you think. Next, imagine you are on a romantic date with your spouse in the woods when an unknown creature which doubles as a giant suddenly moves in the bushes ahead of you. How would you respond? Now stop imagining and watch the video. Did you see it? You saw the giant move in the bushes, didn't you? This footage was recorded by a couple whose romantic night out was suddenly interrupted by a disturbance in the bushes, only for them to see what you saw on screen. Now, let's examine the creature's appearance. It's covered in hair, walks upright like a human, and possesses a body reminiscent of an ape. What creature comes to mind from this description? Yes, you're right, a Bigfoot. No one likes a third wheel whilst on a romantic date, but no one expects that third wheel to be a ginormous creature. Everyone seems to believe that the giant was Bigfoot. What do you think? Did you catch a glimpse of what mysterious translucent being darted across our screen? While opinions are divided, some are convinced it's a genuine ghostly apparition, while others remain skeptical, deeming it a cleverly crafted hoax. But instead of sharing my own perspective based on the evidence at hand, I'm genuinely curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know your stance, and it'll show me you've watched till the end. What's your take? Do you think this footage captures a genuine supernatural entity, or do you lean toward the idea of an elaborate hoax? Declare your stand and share your reasoning. I'll be eagerly reading through the comments, and who knows, you might even receive a special shout-out in our upcoming video. Still on the topic of Bigfoot, let's journey to Minerva, Ohio. Now imagine this scenario. Your kids excitedly run up to you claiming they've spotted Bigfoot roaming your property. Naturally, you dismiss their claims as nothing more than their active imagination, right? That's precisely what the owner of this captivating footage did. That was at least the case until he saw the dark creature lurking around the woods close to his home while working the fields with a neighbor of his. You can imagine the shock and disbelief both men felt. For the one who sent the capture, he realized how much danger he had potentially put himself and his family in by not believing or paying attention to his kids. Suddenly, it all began to make sense. The mysterious pile of dead chickens they had discovered, it wasn't the work of coyotes or bobcats. The Bigfoot was responsible. They now had an idea where the eerie howls that had baffled them for so long came from. It had to be the elusive Bigfoot. And here is where things get even more intriguing. Soon after the owner's personal encounter, his Trailcam managed to capture the image you see before you. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? Unbelievable evidence that adds another layer of mystery to the existence of the Bigfoot. Wild, huh? We've heard a lot about Bigfoot and seen a number of bits of footage of them, and even some suspected vocalizations from them. However, this video makes me question a lot of things.
Are you Daryl from Progressive?
This man came across what he believed to be a Bigfoot in the woods. He started filming the creature, and the creature moved behind the trees. He proceeded to ask it a question, and the creature made a squeaky sound in response to what he said.
Are you Daryl from Progressive?
This sounds nothing like the Bigfoot vocalizations we hear, and if this is true, does it mean the elusive creature can't communicate? Ever heard of the conspiracies behind the fake sun and moon? Initially, I didn't really pay much attention until this footage came along. A woman was in a park during nightfall when she noticed this: 2 suns setting. One sun takes on a vibrant orange hue, while the other radiates a bright yellow light. This unexpected and perplexing sight has sparked curiosity and raised questions about what might be happening in the sky. The presence of 2 suns is not known in our part of the world. Our solar system has only 1 sun, so this is already a problem. We don't know what's going on or how this is possible. Next, we have a Trailcam capture of what I can only describe as an evil-looking creature. At first glance, you might be tempted to think it's a human playing pranks or even cosplay, but as you go through the capture, it becomes painfully apparent that this is no ordinary being. Its pale and hairless skin, along with its sunken eyes, long limbs, sharp claw-like fingers, and eerie way of moving, brings to mind a mythical creature known as the rake. Now, when I say the rake, I'm not referring to the tool you use on your lawns. No, this creature is far more vile and dangerous, with few who encounter it ever living to tell the tale. The origins of this creature remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate it's the result of a science experiment gone wrong, while others believe it's a human cursed to forever remain in this horrifying form. This chilling footage was captured by a Trailcam set up by an older couple residing in the remote regions of Ohio. But why would such a creature venture into Ohio? Could someone be deliberately trying to frighten them? Well, if they lived in the city, we could make that assumption, but they resided far from anyone who would engage in such pranks. This can only mean one thing. What we are witnessing is the real deal. Would you venture into the woods if you suspected Bigfoot was lurking there? Many of you probably answered with a resounding no. However, the owner of this extraordinary footage, turning away was simply not an option. Allow me to tell you her remarkable story. It was during a turkey hunting expedition when she spotted two unfamiliar figures moving ahead of her. As she focused her gaze, she quickly realized that these beings, although moving like humans, were far from human in appearance. Their bodies were covered in an abundance of hair that surpassed anything a typical human could possess. Even the hairiest individuals wouldn't come close to their level of hairiness. There was a larger, more muscular figure, likely a male, and a relatively smaller one, presumably female. The male seems to have a relatively small being, possibly a baby Bigfoot. Naturally, she was startled and scared, but instead of fleeing the scene, she took out a camera and recorded them. Why do people even do this? What if those beings noticed her? What if she wasn't alone in encountering them? What if they harbored aggressive tendencies and were open to the idea of harming or even devouring her? Fortunately, we need not imagine the outcome of such scenarios, as she survived the encounter and we now possess this remarkable footage. But now, let me pose a question to you. What would you have done in that harrowing situation? Check this out, another potential glitch in the Matrix. This girl's hair was stuck mid-air close to a wall with nothing holding onto it. After a while, she pulls her hair and it goes back to normal. For this, it could be a glitch in the Matrix. It could also be that a strand of her hair was clinging to the wall, but the strand is so tiny it looks invisible. Now that I say that out loud, it doesn't sound possible or smart. It definitely has to be CGI. This could offer a rational explanation, creating the illusion of an otherworldly event. However, in a world where unusual phenomena challenges our understanding of the ordinary, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we're witnessing a glitch in the Matrix. What do you think? Is it CGI, tiny hairs, or a sign that things in our world are a bit wackier than we think? Turtles are very reserved creatures. When I see them, I feel like they're missing out on life because of how slow they are. But this footage I came across put my mind in a new perspective. There, a unique footage taken of a sea turtle jumping out of the sea and going back in. I thought these guys were slow. Just look at how it pulls a few acrobatic skills before diving back into the water. That was amazing. I bet a dolphin could never pull that. So next time you see a turtle moseying along, just remember, beneath that seemingly laid-back exterior might be a sea ninja turtle. Have you come across a mutant deer with two heads? If you answered no, today's your lucky day. Enjoy the footage. As much as I'd love to believe that somewhere there's a Siamese deer or the deer in the footage is one, the facts do not align in that direction. What you see is purely the result of an illusion and nothing more. Had the individual who took the footage moved to a different point, it would have been very apparent, but she was equally as confused and perplexed as you, so we're going to let this one slide. Do you believe that there are occult groups living among us? Well, if you didn't, prepare to have your worldview shaken by this compelling footage. Take a look at the figure dancing, or whatever it is, in the woods, donning a hood and surrounded by an eerie silence. No audience, no music, just this lone individual. The TikToker named Brian Young, who posted this video, stumbled upon this surreal scene while exploring the woods. Naturally, it wasn't just a startling sight, it sent shivers down his very spine. If you listen closely to Brian's commentary in the video, you'll understand just how unnerved he was. Let's focus on the mysterious figure in the video. What do you think he was doing? Could it be some form of initiation for aspiring occult members? Or perhaps an attempt to summon something or someone? We've witnessed countless horrors and occult movies where scenes like this unfold, but can't seem to place our finger on it. Do tell us what you think. We'd love to hear it. Next is footage I would want you to see before I pass any comments. Watch the clip. Did you notice anything out of place? Have a look again. Did you catch it? Well, in case you missed it, a few seconds into the clip, there's something peculiar moving in the shadows just beyond the reach of the headlights. It's almost as though it's moving quickly so that it's not seen by those in the vehicle. Although it manages to get away, the dashboard cam of the vehicle records it. Upon closer examination of the footage, it becomes evident that the creature is covered in fur and exhibits an uncanny ability to walk upright. Apes can do that, but the footage was recorded in a region where there are no apes. This can only mean one thing: we are dealing with a cryptid. There's only one that fits the bill: Bigfoot. The uploaders were convinced they were dealing with a Bigfoot, and we are as well, but what do you think? Tell us in the comments section. Speaking of rare occurrences, take a look at this image. In it, we see a buck carrying a pig pierced on its antlers in the midst of a wide field. Upon closer inspection, you'll notice that the object impaled on its antlers resembles a pig, adding to the mystery. Take a closer look and you'll be astonished to see that it indeed resembles a pig. A buck and a pig? How? I mean, why? Could it have been provoked, or is it something it does for sport? Is it even possible? Is there a logical explanation for it? Sure, a buck could cause serious damage to a pig with its antlers, but how to raise the whole pig? I doubt that's even possible, or could there be something we're missing here? Tell us what you think in the comments section. Still on deer, have you ever seen a number of them gathered around a trail cam before? Well, we haven't, especially with them all gazing at the trail cam as though they were posing for a group photo. I don't know why this worries me so much. Does anyone else find this peculiar, or is it just me? Here's one intriguing thought to consider. Could it be that these deer possess a level of intelligence beyond our expectations? Could it be possible that these deer intentionally conceal their true abilities, keeping their schemes and plans hidden from us? Am I starting to sound paranoid? I feel like I am, but think about it. There's little we know about our world after all. Spine-chilling trail cam footage with a mind-boggling encounter that still has us scratching our heads. Picture this. You set out to capture adorable footage of baby bear cubs, only to accidentally capture something far more sinister: the dog man. Now, here's the question. Would you dare return to that area, or would you keep your distance for good? Confused? Allow me to set the stage and explain what happened. The owner of this trail cam footage had been closely monitoring a pregnant bear, not with the intention of hunting or harming it, but simply to capture the precious moments of its cub's birth. When the time was ripe and the cubs were about to arrive, he strategically placed his trail camera near the bear's den, hoping to capture breathtaking footage of the newborns. He returned later to see that the cubs had been born and decided to review the footage the trail cam had captured. However, what he witnessed was nothing short of ominous and horrifying. He expected to see cubs, but what he saw on his screen was a creature of nightmares. The creature on the screen appeared to be a peculiar blend of man and canine, a fearsome hybrid that couldn't be categorized as a full-blooded wolf or dog, yet exuded a savage aura. It certainly wasn't a werewolf, since there was no sign of a full moon on the day the recording was made. Bewildered and seeking answers, he turned to the online community for assistance. When the paranormal experts caught wind of the footage, they instantly recognized the truth. They knew exactly what it was. The man had unwittingly captured one of the clearest and closest images we have of the elusive dogman creature. Even the scientific community, typically skeptical of such claims, couldn't refute this evidence. The man had narrowly escaped a chilling encounter with the dogman. Truly spine-tickling, don't you think? Now imagine yourself in his shoes. Would you have had the courage to venture back into those same woods? Next, we have another potential scream of a skinwalker which was recorded on a home security system. Listen to it. Did you hear it? What could be happening in the woods? Was that really a skinwalker? If the scream is that loud, does that mean the creature lives nearby? Is the creature trying to lure the homeowners out? So many questions, yet little to no answers. What do you think? Still on the supernatural, watch this footage. Did you see that? Do you see the being that fell into the water? Well, what do you think it is? The person who uploaded the footage captured by their Trailcam believed that what fell into the water was a ghost. However, after the video was uploaded, the paranormal community speculated that it was not a ghost per se, but rather a young lady who had become possessed by one. Personally, I think she might be possessed too. A critical analysis of the footage reveals the presence of either one possessed person near the water or a life-size doll, potentially serving as the source of the possession. Although we may not be able to fully tell what we're dealing with, we know that whatever it is, it's a spirit or a ghost of sorts. What do you think? The vast expanse of the ocean is home to a plethora of fascinating and often mysterious creatures, and it seems that every day we'll learn something new about this underwater world. Recently, a fascinating video clip has emerged which has captured the attention of marine biologists and ocean enthusiasts alike. The footage shows an octopus-like creature swimming through the ocean depths. The creature appears to be white and seems to move gracefully through the water. Once this hit the paranormal platforms, a number of individuals quickly thought it was alien or a previously unknown species. Some even thought the footage was edited. A little digging around, however, we discovered that this is an actual real-life octopus. It's what's known as a blanket octopus, and they do exist. The blanket octopus belongs to the genus Tremoctopus, and there are 4 recognized species within this genus. Females of the species can grow up to 6 feet, 2 meters in length, while males are significantly smaller, typically around 1 inch, 2.5 centimeters long. Females have a striking appearance with long, flowing web-like membranes stretching between their arms, giving them the appearance of a blanket. Males, on the other hand, lack this elaborate membrane. Despite their intriguing characteristics, blanket octopuses remain relatively understudied due to the challenges of studying deep-sea organisms. This might explain why they're not so well known as compared to other octopi. There were, however, some like this user who actually knew what it was. There were also some who knew what they were but refused to believe that they were from the planet. Yes, they believed these were aliens. Despite the scarcity of knowledge on the creatures, there's ongoing research that aims to uncover more about their biology, behavior, and ecological role in marine ecosystems. Interesting, don't you think? Birth defects are typically irreversible in most situations. Pregnant creatures, be they human or animal, could give birth to offspring that are very different from the accepted and known norms of their species. Take a look at this footage, for instance, that was taken in what looks like a hospital. On the bed, you can see a strange, hairless creature lying down. It looks humanoid, with the odd feature being its arms, which are very skinny, too skinny to be anything human. The strange-looking creature has a bald head and a flat chest with a huge belly. Now, as the video is zoomed in on its face, you can make out the mouth looks as though it's been bitten off. The rest of its face, however, remains intact. Now, there is no context to the footage, so there's not much we can say about it. No one who commented on the original post knew what it was either. Some stated it could be someone born through a birth defect. Others thought that was too convenient and that it was possible we could be dealing with some sort of alien creature. The truth, however, is that it could be any of these possibilities. You could never rule anything out when it comes to paranormal and strange things. I've read some of your experiences in the comments sections before and personally gone through some things to know that much is definitely true. Here we have another footage of a dinosaur that was captured in the sky. The flying creature looks nothing like a bird. Just look at its webbed wings and long beak. And just the sheer size of it alone from that distance is enough proof that this is no ordinary bird. I'm not gonna lie, the thought of seeing creatures we see only in movies is very exciting, just like meeting your favorite actor or actress in real life. But this is not the kind of celebrity we would be pleased to take a photo with or shake hands with. And that leads us to the big question. Are we ready for this? The thought of encountering movie-worthy creatures in the flesh is exhilarating, but when those creatures are more interested in a meal than a fan club, things get a bit dicey. The ocean when afar is very beautiful until you find yourself surrounded by it. While on a voyage, a ship came face to face with a huge monster of a wave that left the crew in the ship screaming in fear for their lives. The ocean is unpredictable and on bad days can lift waves as high as mountains to swallow up ships and boats no matter how big they are. The unpredictable nature of the sea, influenced by weather patterns, currents, and other dynamic factors, informs sailors to approach the maritime environment with a profound sense of respect and caution. The eyes are one of the most crucial organs of our body, and any abnormality in them should be taken seriously. If your eye looks like the one in this footage, it's crucial to visit a specialist immediately. When I first saw this, I was a bit uncomfortable and wondered if it had anything to do with the supernatural. I did some reading around and realized it's an actual condition and it's called iridodenesis. The condition is characterized by the abnormal movement or trembling of the iris. During an eye examination, this movement is typically observed and may be caused by various underlying causes, such as weakness or damage to the muscles that control the iris or the support structures holding the lens in place. The most common causes of iridodenesis are cataracts, trauma to the eye, or complications from eye surgery. In some cases, it may also be caused by other medical conditions, such as glaucoma or retinal detachment. Iridodenesis may lead to visual disturbances or changes in vision, and it is essential to seek immediate medical attention if you experience any such symptoms. This next clip makes me believe that the zombie apocalypse might not just be a thing of fiction, but an actual possibility. I recently came across this footage of a man driving on a road when he encountered a ram walking recklessly on the street. Curious about the ram's condition, he slowed down to check on it, and that's when he noticed something strange. When you look closely, you'll notice that the ram's skull has been crushed, which means it was most likely gravely injured and should be either dead or at the point of death. This discovery naturally left many people confused, and theories started to emerge until the man mentioned he saw something that looked like fungus inside the ram's hollow head. Once this was mentioned, many thought it was Ophiocordyceps, which is known to attack ants. For those unfamiliar with them, when ants come into contact with Ophiocordyceps spores, the fungus enters the body and begins to grow. Gradually, the fungus takes control of the ant's movements, causing it to climb to a high spot and attach itself to a surface. Even after the ant dies, the fungus continues to grow and eventually forms a stalk-like structure on the ant's body. This structure releases more spores into the air, which can infect other ants nearby, continuing the fungus's life cycle. They are, however, known to affect ants in most cases. There have been cases where it has been found infecting other organisms, such as spiders and caterpillars. These cases are, however, very rare. The idea that it could potentially infect larger animals like rams is theoretically possible, although such cases would likely be even more rare than the cases involving spiders and caterpillars. If we have learned anything about nature, rare doesn't mean impossible. We could basically be looking at one of these extreme cases where this happens. If the clip is to be believed, however, then it begs the question, are humans even safe from this fungus? Think about it. Ever experienced a real-life Matrix glitch? Well, here's a bizarre one for you. A man walks into his kitchen only to find a drop of water suspended in mid-air beneath the faucet. Now, before you dismiss it as clever editing, hold on. The man decides to put the glitch to the test. He swipes his finger through the suspended water, and lo and behold, it falls on his finger like a perfectly ordinary drop. These surreal situations fuel the belief in a cosmic simulation. Are we merely players in a grand virtual reality, or is this just a cosmic hiccup on this reality-defying phenomenon? While checking out an abandoned building, an adventurer was interrupted by a strange creature that creeped out of the open window. There, crawling into the building, is a pale humanoid creature with huge dark eyes. Its body was slender, and its hands had claws. Our adventurer, being the sensible human they are, doesn't stick around for a meet and greet. Nope, they hightail it out of there faster than you can say, "Spooky surprise." Can't blame them, really. Now let's dive into this creature. It's like a weird mix of mysterious and maybe a touch of creepy. It's like the long-lost cousin of the rake. Before you watch the next clip, could you please hit the like button, subscribe, and even drop a comment if you haven't already? It goes a long way to make it possible to create more videos like this for you. Thank you for doing so. Moving back to the day's episode. This clip was captured by a resident of Oklahoma of captured footage on April the 24th, 2023, showing a strange beam of light moving across the sky. A closer look, and you would realize that there appears to be waves of light emanating from the beam, which then spread into the sky. Some who saw this believed that this could be evidence of something on the other side of the firmament. In ancient times, people believed that the Earth was at the center of the universe, surrounded by a solid dome called the firmament. They thought that the sun, moon, planets, and stars were all contained within this dome and moved around the Earth. This belief was popular among civilizations like the Babylonians, Egyptians, and Greeks, as it helped them explain various natural phenomena such as the daily movements of the stars and the changing seasons. However, we now know that the sun is at the center of our solar system and the planets, including Earth, revolve around it. But some people are questioning this idea, especially after this recent incident. As much as I wanted to go into the firmament theory et al., many individuals in the comments section had one thing to say: SpaceX. So I checked it out, and there was actually a SpaceX launch on the said date, and it happened at night as well. The issue, however, is that the launch happened from Space Launch Complex 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Given the distance between the two states, is it even possible for our informant to have captured the rocket? Are we looking at the same incident, or is this clip an entirely different ballgame altogether? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Now let's talk about Mount Etna, which is located on the east coast of Sicily in Italy and is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It's also one of the tallest active volcanoes in Europe, reaching approximately 3,330 meters, 10,925 feet in height. The volcanic activity of Etna has been recorded for thousands of years, with eruptions dating as far back as 1500 BC. Etna is well known for its frequent and often dramatic eruptions, which can involve lava flows, explosive eruptions, and the release of ash, gases, and volcanic rock. Despite the potential dangers posed by its eruptions, Etna has also been a subject of fascination and research for scientists and scholars for many years. It's home to various observatories and research centers that monitor its activity and study its geological characteristics. In recent footage taken on April 5, 2024, Mount Etna was spotted emitting smoke rings, which is not unusual for this mountain. It's just nature being dramatic. Maybe this mountain simply wants a little attention. Next, we have footage of a scout examining an isolated area deep in the night. The scout is suddenly startled by unfamiliar and eerie noises during his usual routine. Instead of running off, he decides to take the chance and look into this mystery. He takes along his camera, hoping to capture something spectacular. With his flashlight illuminating the darkness, he cautiously directs his attention toward the source of the unsettling sounds, and to his surprise, a creature, white in color and with a form unseen anywhere before, is moving through the bushes and trees ahead. You think that would be a cue for him to make a tactical retreat, but no, he keeps directing his light source to the same area. Realizing it's been exposed, the creature frantically seeks new hiding spots amidst the bushes and trees. While the creature ultimately evades capture, the ranger does manage to record a glimpse of it on camera, as seen in the footage before you. Although blurred, the creature bears a strong correspondence to the infamous rake. Could this be a rare sighting of the creature, or is this whole thing a hoax? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Have you ever heard a skinwalker scream? Well, we have, and it's a nerve-wracking experience. We were too terrified to even think of recording it at the time. However, we've managed to obtain footage from Gila National Park where multiple skinwalkers were heard unleashing bone-chilling screams. Have a listen. Did you hear them? Does that sound like any creature you know? And there's something else. I can't tell if you noticed, but you can't hear birds chirping or any other animals. Remember, if you find yourself in the woods and an eerie silence envelops the surroundings, there's only one explanation: a lurking danger. And in this case, we strongly believe it's the presence of a skinwalker. Beyond that, the voices sound very far, right? That's a good thing. Well, no, skinwalkers like to make themselves sound very far away, even when they're very close. This is usually to trick you into running into them so that they have their way with you. When you think about that and realize there are multiple voices that sound very far, you know that the one who recorded this footage was lucky to make it out there alive. I mean, I'm having the chills just thinking about it. Over the years, science and tech have improved and provided us with various inventions to make life easier for us. Take a look at a recent invention called Xenobots, which have been hailed as a significant breakthrough in the field of robotics and bioengineering. These are living robots, and they're the first of their kind in the world. They are made entirely from frog cells. They were developed using a combination of living cells and artificial intelligence algorithms by researchers at the University of Vermont and Tufts University in 2020. They're designed to perform specific tasks, such as transporting medicine within the body or cleaning up environmental pollution. Their creation opens up new possibilities in a variety of fields. It's fascinating to see the potential of these living robots and how they could make a positive impact on the world. There are some who are, however, concerned about their existence. I understand where these individuals may be coming from, but there's also so much good that can come from an invention like this, don't you think? When the dentist tells you to take care of your oral hygiene, it's not just formality. Sometimes it's to prevent things like this. Yes, this is allegedly someone's gums. It looks like gums are coming apart from the teeth. This is called tooth gum inflammation. Teeth gum inflammation, known as gingivitis or periodontitis, can make your gums look swollen and red like they're coming off. It often comes with other problems like bleeding gums, bad breath, and gums moving away from your teeth. Gingivitis usually happens because of not taking good care of your teeth, which lets plaque and bacteria build up along your gum line. If you don't treat gingivitis, it can turn into periodontitis, which is worse and can harm your gums, teeth, and bones. It's important to see a dentist if you noticed your gums are swollen to stop any more problems and keep your mouth healthy. Think that was odd? Take a look at this deer from upstate New York. Can you see it? Do you notice how odd it looks? It almost looks like a character model from a cartoon or something. There's just one problem. That's not how deer look in the wild. They don't have forward-facing eyes, nor do they have expressions like that. I mean, it looks like a beautiful photorealistic AI-generated image, but it's not. All who saw the image could tell there was something wrong, but couldn't quite put a finger to it. The paranormal community, on the other hand, believes they know what it is, a paranormal being. And there's only one that fits the bill, a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are able to mimic the appearance of animals et al., but they're always flaws because they're not naturally animals. I believe this creature we see might be a bad attempt to imitate a deer, but what do you also think? Next is this footage that's a bit of a controversial one. In the clip, we can see a car suddenly take a turn off the main road into an off-road path. As the car progresses through the path, we see two beings clothed in white. Despite the car approaching, the beings remain in the path, unmoving and seemingly aware of the vehicle's presence. The car comes to a sudden stop, mere feet away from the beings, who still stubbornly refuse to move out of the way. As the driver is contemplating what to do, they suddenly turn around and look at them in an eerie and scary fashion. You don't need to be a psychic to know they bolted out of there. But we can't help but wonder, is this really real? The individuals on the path look more like people in costumes than they do spirits. But what do I know? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What do you think? In this video footage, someone can be seen cutting a tree branch, which causes it to bleed. The concept of bleeding trees is a fascinating aspect of folklore and mythology that can be found in various cultures around the world. For some cultures, these trees are sacred and believed to possess spiritual powers or serve as places for religious rituals. Many people view the bleeding as messages from gods or spirits, conveying warnings or guidance. In contrast, other stories link bleeding trees to tragedies or divine punishments. There are even legends that mention individuals cursed by the gods whose actions have an effect on nature, aka cause these trees to bleed as a consequence of their wrongdoing. There are some cultures who also believe that it's a sign of miraculous healing or fertility. According to some legends, contact with the bleeding sap of these trees can cure illnesses or grant fertility, among other things. While the idea of bleeding trees may seem mystical, in the modern age an explanation has been discovered. The bleeding tree shown in the video is a bloodwood tree, scientifically known as Pterocarpus angolensis. This type of tree is native to southern Africa and can be found in countries such as Angola, Namibia, and Botswana. The tree gets its name from the unique reddish sap which resembles blood. The bloodwood tree is prized for its strong, durable wood, which is used for making furniture, building, and traditional medicine. The bleeding that occurs is the natural fluid that the tree produces, and not actual blood. That's a relief, huh? Fire is a phenomenon that has both positive and negative effects. While it can be destructive, it is necessary for several reasons, such as cooking, heating, and even providing light. There are, however, some strange occurrences associated with fire that can be difficult to explain. One such occurrence is the fire whirl, also known as a fire tornado or fire devil. A fire whirl is a spinning column of flames that forms during a fire, often in wildfires or large fires when hot air rises rapidly, creating a spinning motion. These whirlwinds can be small or large, resembling tornadoes. In an intriguing incident captured on video, a tornado of fire could be seen forming at the center of burning garbage. This whirlwind of flames is a fascinating sight to behold, despite its destructive nature. When it comes to wildfires, fire whirls can become more dangerous, causing severe damage to anything in their path. Another strange incident captured on camera was the sight of tubes of fire moving through a forest fire, making it appear as though the fire was walking. However, this is a common phenomenon that occurs during a forest fire. In this next clip, however, a clump of fire in someone's hallway flies upwards and downwards, seemingly almost possessed. This I would consider more of a paranormal situation. What do you think? Ever had one of those moments where you knew that your life was on the line? Well, here we have footage recorded from the GoPro camera on a biker's helmet. While riding on a path in the woods, he was spotted by a grizzly bear. I'm guessing the bear was curious about the biker, or it was really hungry because it gave the biker a hot chase, not even backing down for a second. Don't underestimate bears because of their size. They are very good runners. The bear chased the biker, still not giving up. Unfortunately, the biker came to a path that was blocked by a tree branch, and judging by the speed of the bear, it could catch up to him. So he got off the bike and ran as fast as he could. We don't know what happened after that, but it seems the biker got out of there safely. Here we have another footage of dinosaurs that was taken on a farmland. In the footage, we can see a little girl running around with what looks like tiny dinosaurs. The footage, when inspected, has no signs of editing or CGI, meaning that it's legit. I don't know how to feel about the dinosaurs living among us. We all know what happened in Jurassic World. Though it was a movie, how things played out will not be any different if dinosaurs are indeed amongst us. Do we even have the technology to protect ourselves from them? So here we are, caught between awe and a healthy dose of caution. What's your take on this mini dino spectacle? Are we witnessing the dawn of a dino era, or is this just a quirky moment in the annals of farmland adventures? Wendy Wilson, a keen explorer and photographer, shared some fascinating pictures of a Bigfoot she encountered. The images, although blurry, introduced to us an ape-like creature. It appears to be hiding behind something metallic, and looking at the trail camera, naturally, this has Bigfoot enthusiasts excited, and I can understand why. Every potential picture of the big guy brings us close to locating him and solving the mystery surrounding him. Although the location hasn't been revealed, many were excited to see this. There were those who were naturally skeptical, not because they didn't necessarily think Bigfoot was real, but because this image was supposedly taken by a professional photographer. They argued that such a person should have powerful lenses and capable editing software to make the image visible. But that's not the case here. This makes them think the image might be one of those recycled ones from the internet. But do tell us what you think in the comments section, as we'd love to hear your take. The sight that the truck driver captured on camera in Richmond, Virginia is truly breathtaking. The tunnel of clouds in the sky appears to be set ablaze by an intense orange glow, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that's not commonly seen. The truck driver was so captivated by the sight that he stopped his vehicle and got out to film it. Once this hit the internet, many theories came up, with some believing it was the sign of a bad omen. There were some like this user who even thought that it had to be weaponized clouds. I mean, if it were your first time seeing something like this, there's a high probability that you might think the same. There were some also who thought it was a beautiful sight. I can see why these individuals think that. I did some research and realized that this is likely a type of cloud often referred to as a roll cloud. For those unfamiliar with them, roll clouds are formed when a cold air mass meets a warm front and creates a horizontal cylinder of air. As the cylinder of air moves forward, it creates a rolling effect, hence the name roll cloud. These clouds are typically found in coastal areas and are often associated with thunderstorms, although they're not themselves storm clouds. In this case, it's possible that the roll cloud was illuminated by the setting sun, creating the orange glow seen in the footage. The combination of the rolling effect and the fiery coloration makes for a truly stunning natural display that is sure to leave any viewer in awe. I returned to the comments section of the post and found comments like these affirming the hypothesis. Interesting, don't you think? While at the beach, this person noticed something unusual about the wave pattern on the sea. Instead of the horizontal, he saw square waves on the sea, which is quite unusual. This is uncommon and occurs when two ocean swells collide at right angles, creating powerful rip currents and unpredictable waves. The collision can result in strong rip tides, making it dangerous for anyone around at the time. So here's the deal. If you ever spot square waves, it's not the time to channel your inner daredevil. These cross-sea collisions can create riptides that are not to be messed with. It's nature's way of saying, hey, maybe find a safer spot to enjoy the view. While driving by the woods, this person comes across a creature walking among the trees in the woods. A mysterious creature strolled among the trees. And get this, it's not your everyday woodland critter. Nope, it's walking on two legs like a full-on bipedal situation. Now the trees are doing a little dance, playing peekaboo with our creature friend, but there's no mistaking it. We might just be witnessing a real-life Bigfoot here, folks. I mean, unless someone's decided to throw on a furry costume and take a leisurely stroll in the woods for reasons that escape us. But come on, with all these howls and growls in the background, we're leaning toward the Bigfoot theory. What do you think? Do you believe in the existence of ghosts? This is a question that has puzzled many for centuries. In those centuries, different individuals have come up with varying answers. Some believe that after we die, there might be a spirit version of ourselves that roams the earth when we have unfinished business. People share stories of seeing their loved ones after they've passed away, and some even report having encounters with other spirits. Recently, a surveillance camera captured something strange and inexplicable. In the footage, we see a man wearing a black jacket with pants walking down a deserted street. He seems to be holding something in his hands, and initially there's nothing out of the ordinary. However, as the footage progresses, it begins to get grainy and the man appears to be fading away. Within a matter of seconds, he vanishes into thin air. Could this be evidence of the existence of ghosts? While there's a possibility of this being edited footage, it's also worth considering the possibility that the man in the video could be a wandering soul unable to rest until his unfinished business is complete. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, there's no denying the fascination and intrigue that surrounds the concept of life after death. Perhaps someday we'll find concrete evidence of what happens to us after we die, but until then, we can only speculate and wonder. The forest is a place of natural beauty and is home to a wide variety of flora and fauna. However, in recent times, people have reported seeing unusual and mysterious creatures lurking in the woods. These sightings make you question the existence of paranormal entities and even extraterrestrial life in our forests. Take this footage, for instance. A person was walking home through the forest when they spotted something moving in the darkness up ahead. As the creature emerged into the light, the person was left in awe. The creature was pure white, crouched on the ground, and had jet black eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. The creature moved slowly, almost deliberately, and stared directly into the camera, as if it knew it was being filmed. What kind of creature was it? The one filming wasn't sure, and neither am I. It's certainly not an animal that we're familiar with, but its appearance and behavior were eerily humanoid yet animalistic. Many who saw the clip refused to believe this was an actual creature. One even mentioned that it looked like a Halloween costume he got for his daughter. We combed the internet trying to find evidence of the creature but found nothing. This does little to add to the skepticism and mystery surrounding the post. What do you guys think? Next, we have footage that looks like what you'd expect from hell. In the Trailcam footage, which is sped up, we see the forest all suddenly catch fire. The fire does not, however, look like your everyday fire. Instead, it looks purplish and bluish. You don't have to be a pyrotechnics expert to know that such fires are hotter than your everyday fire. Many enthusiasts of the paranormal, including us, initially suspected a supernatural cause due to the unusual nature of the fire's origin. It turns out, however, that there was a forest fire in the area and it spread to that location. But that's not exactly how fires spread now, is it? Either share your thoughts with us in the comments section. We'd love to hear them. Next, we have footage that's apparently the result of a disturbance in the neighborhood. Residents of the neighborhood were unsettled by the continuous screams of an unidentified man, leaving them perplexed and concerned. If you have heard anyone scream, you know how uncomfortable that can be, which is no surprise that having the man screaming for hours made them call in the sheriff. The footage you are seeing now is apparently from his body cam. Strangely enough, as soon as the sheriff reaches the scene, an eerie silence descends upon the area. Being the police officer that he is, he searches the vicinity for anything out of the ordinary as he makes his way down the road. Using his flashlight, he initially finds nothing until he catches sight of a pale and ghostly figure with unnaturally elongated arms. This creature, or whatever it is, was initially sitting, but once exposed to the sheriff's light, it runs away and disappears from sight. Fortunately, though, the sheriff's body cam records the whole thing. Upon reviewing the footage, it becomes apparent that the entity captured is humanoid and likely a cryptid. Analyzing its skin and behavior, paranormal experts have posited that it could potentially be a creature known as the Rake. Looking at the evidence in the footage, you can't blame them, but is the video truly real? A part of me thinks otherwise, but what do you think? That brings us to our next mystery. This was captured by a group of individuals who were exploring the woods and taking photos. It was through this adventure that they noticed something strange under a tree ahead of them. Curiosity got the better of them, and they cautiously approached the area. When they got closer, this is what they saw staring at them from the cover of the foliage. The creature was about 7 feet tall with broad shoulders covered in fur except for its shoulders and face, which were visible. His first thought was that it might be a bear, but when you look closely, you realize that this was not a bear, but rather a humanoid with a longer snout and pointed ears on its head. Fascinated and terrified, they took a picture as fast as they could and ran out of the area. Once they were home, they took the best-looking picture, which is what you see, and uploaded it. Everyone who saw it was convinced that it might be an actual dogman or potentially a werewolf. Looking at the image, I get why they might think that. The beast certainly has features that are befitting the description of the dogman, but due to the blurry nature of the footage, we can't fully confirm. Some say the blurred image is proof that it's fake, but could also be proof that this is real since, according to their story, they had to quickly take the picture and run out. If that alibi is to be believed, then it could have resulted in a blurry image like you see. But then again, this is the internet, so anything is possible. Imagine taking a stroll by the beach, enjoying the sea breeze through your hair and the wet sand under your feet. Suddenly, you come across a peculiar stone on the shore. Upon closer inspection, you realize that it's shaped like a face. What do you do in such a situation? Well, the person who came across this stone decided to touch it. The stone, however, came to life and snapped at the person's finger, after which it quickly sank back into the sea. Strange? Well, not really, especially if you know what this stone-faced thing truly is. It's apparently called a reef stonefish, and it's the most venomous fish. The reef stonefish is found in the shallow coastal waters of the Indo-Pacific region, particularly around coral reefs. It's known for its remarkable camouflage, blending in seamlessly with its surroundings due to its rough, wart-like skin and coloration resembling rocks or coral. Despite its unassuming appearance, the reef stonefish possesses potent venomous spines along its dorsal fin. These aren't just for decoration, as they're capable of delivering a painful and potentially lethal sting to unsuspecting predators or humans who accidentally step on it. The venom can cause excruciating pain, tissue damage, and in severe cases, paralysis or even death if not treated promptly. Reef stonefish are primarily ambush predators, lying in wait on the sea floor for prey to pass by before striking with lightning speed. Perhaps that might explain how it patiently waited for the young lad to get closer than launch. Someone in the comments section even asked what he expected. If there's a lesson to be learned here, it's that to not pick up any strange-looking stone at the beach, especially if you can't confirm if it's really a stone. Next, we have something that looks like the stuff of horror movies. Don't believe me? Watch the footage. Did you see it? Was that a deer with fangs? No, take a look again. Yup, that's definitely a deer with fangs. Do vampires turn into wild animals too? If they do, I won't be surprised if Count Dracula or one of his inner circles was responsible. I mean, do these creatures go around drinking the blood of other animals, or do they have a taste for human blood? As much as I would love to speculate and fantasize about this all day long, sadly, these creatures are all but ordinary animals. But here's the irony. This particular deer species is known as the Chinese water deer, not a blood-sucking one. Despite their intimidating appearance, these creatures are actually herbivores and practically just deer. They're found in China and Korea, where they are protected. So tell me, if you met this creature in the wild, would you be tempted to pet it, or would you just mind your business and stay far away? Tell us in the comments section. Still on ghosts, take a look at this image that was sent in by a follower of this channel. She claims that this was captured on a trail cam she had set up in a remote area in the woods. She regularly checked the trail cam, which captured footage of the local wildlife in the area. To her surprise, however, her most recent capture had the image you see on your screen. And yes, that's a humanoid staring at the trail cam. Interestingly, while the rest of the image is sharp, the body of the humanoid appears blurry. This made her believe she was looking at a ghost or cryptid of some kind. After reviewing our records of paranormal beings and events, it's hard for us to accept that this is truly paranormal. Personally, a part of me believes that this is fabricated, but perhaps that's just me being skeptical. What do you think about it? A man went out hiking. He didn't say where, but it's said that the area is very famous for a lot of Bigfoot sightings. As he was hiking, he noticed something walking among the trees ahead of him. It was a huge bipedal creature moving between the trees. He quickly took out his phone and started recording. The creature seemed unaware of his presence, or maybe it just didn't care. Its movements were deliberate and powerful, pushing through the underbrush with ease. The man tried to get a closer look, moving as quietly as he could. Through the trees, he could see the creature's dark, shaggy fur and its massive frame. It stood at least 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long, muscular arms. The video was grainy and the creature was partially obscured by the trees, but there was no denying that this was a Bigfoot. What say you? Are there extinct creatures still roaming our world undetected? This cam footage seems to suggest so. The creature you see looks like a mix of a deer and a fox. It actually does look like the Tasmanian tiger, which is thought to have gone extinct in 1936. How then could this particular one exist? Well, we don't know. If anyone has any info on this creature, do share it in the comments section. In western Massachusetts, a hunter recently had an intriguing encounter that left him questioning whether he had stumbled upon a legendary creature or a simple tree branch. The creature was standing among some broken tree branches, so he was not sure if what he saw was a Bigfoot or a tree branch. It was brown, and he was about 7 feet or more, making it look like one of the branches. Faced with the potential danger of encountering an elusive and powerful creature like Bigfoot with only a bow for protection, the hunter opted for a cautious approach. Instead of confronting the unknown, he wisely decided to capture the moment through a photograph. This decision not only ensured his safety, but also provided an opportunity to scrutinize the image later for a more informed analysis. What do you think? Is that a Bigfoot or a tree branch? What do we have here? Someone videoed this strange moment during a rainstorm. The rain was pouring heavily on one side of the road, while the side the person was recording was untouched. But when you look at the skies, both have rainy clouds on them. So what do you think is happening here? It's like Mother Nature's playing a game of rain dodgeball, and this person just happened to catch the action in full swing. One side drenched, the other side not a drop in sight. It's a meteorological mystery. Now, if the idea of a zombie apocalypse didn't spook you, maybe this would. Imagine walking through an underground parking lot alone and coming across this, a road divided, dragging itself across the floor. Seeing it reminds me of the video games where ghosts hide in everyday furniture and items to avoid detection.
Mira, coche tu madre. Lo vine acá a otro lado ahora, pues, weón. No, hijo de la perra.
How's this possible? Well, we can't say. While some in the original post wanted to believe it was nothing more than a prank, a number of them believed that there was some kind of supernatural force at work here. Having seen the clip yourself, what do you think might be the explanation for the situation here?
Lo vine acá a otro lado ahora, pues, weón. No, hijo de la perra.
Show you something that I don't know how to explain at all. Either the government is building something insane or this is aliens.
Why? What is it?
You know Google Earth, right?
Yeah.
Do you have Google Earth on your phone?
Probably not, but I'm probably just gonna Google them.
Okay. Well, I will do it on my phone real quick.
You have
and
Google
I
Earth
will
on your
show
phone?
you. Yes.
I came across this interesting video on the various paranormal platforms on the internet. It's about a set of mysterious coordinates that led to some peculiar findings on Google Earth. Curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to investigate further. Inputting them into Google Earth led me to a desolate, sandy location which had an unusual object in the middle of it. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it appears to be guarded by military tanks. This piqued my interest even more, and I started to probe the internet trying to find out what it was. Some who had seen it stated that it was a black hole that goes deep into the ground. They also added that on the opposite side of the hole is the same shaped object on the sand. There were some who also stated it was a military base and nothing more. An example is this user here who stated it's a training camp that uses tanks as targets when they practice targets for airstrikes. This user, who apparently lived there for a while, supported the claim. There were some who thought it also looked too much like a spaceship to be anything otherwise. So now we have three hypotheses: portal, military base, and alien ship. Which do you think is more plausible? A trail camera set in the forest at UP, Michigan, captured a strange creature that has left quite a debate on Facebook. In the image, we can see a creature, but the creature looks hazy, indicating that the creature was moving when the photo was taken. But the creature itself, oh boy, it's not your everyday forest dweller. Take a look at its bony shoulders and skinny arms. It appears to have glowing eyes as well. Some Facebook users say this is a dog, a pit bull, but others think this could be a skinwalker. Unfortunately, there's not much to work with. It's a blurry snapshot, and the more you squint, the more questions pop up. So the Facebook jury is still out on this one: dog, mysterious creature, or maybe the elusive skinwalker. Who knows? In Minnesota, a creature has been spotted roaming the woods. The sighting of a mysterious creature in Minnesota has sparked intrigue and speculation as eyewitnesses describe a juvenile creature with similarities to Bigfoot but with distinctive features that set it apart. This being stands at a height of approximately 3 to 4 feet, presenting a unique combination of characteristics that raises questions about its identity and potential classification as a new species. The creature's dark eyes and unusually large mouth differentiated from the typical features associated with Bigfoot sightings. The fur on its head sticks out in various directions like it's had a bad hair day. What do you think this is?
Gente, olha os pontos, olha o tanto de ponto que tá indo
Grava aquele ali
junto.
primeiro, olha, é uma forma geométrica, mano. Eu não sei o que é isso, mano. Mano, o que tá muito alto pra tá desse jeito.
Gente, vocês estão vendo isso? Olha isso, eu tô tentando deixar o mais nítido possível, brilhando, e aqui em cima da gente...
Take a look at these lights. We see multiple blue orbs in the sky blinking in sync. They look so out of place, definitely not like the usual stars we see at night. Just observe how they move. They appear to form a pattern, blinking and shifting with the rhythm that's both mesmerizing and unsettling. Their synchronized blinking suggests a level of coordination that's not typical of natural phenomena or conventional aircraft. Could this be a display of advanced technology, perhaps a secret government experiment, or even something extraterrestrial? Share your thoughts.
Gente, olha os pontos, olha o tanto de ponto que tá indo
Grava aquele ali
juntos.
primeiro, olha, é uma forma geométrica, mano.
In this growing technological era, one of the most important things we need is a reliable power supplying electricity. But what if I told you there are natural ways to generate power without all the harmful chemicals?
Ça va, ok, très bien. Tosha, Tia, très bien. Ça, Tosha, Tia, ok. C'est parti ma Juliette. Ok. Ça
I'm not sure where this was taken, but judging by the people in it, it seems to be from Africa. In the clip, you can see a group of men gathered around. One of them is holding a shiny rock. They hand the rock over to another man who's holding an LED bulb, the kind with two metal prongs that you can connect to a battery to make it light up. He connects both sides of the bulb to this shiny rock, and incredibly it lights up. Is this natural electricity? The demonstration is truly fascinating. If this shiny rock can indeed generate power, it could be a game changer, offering a clean, sustainable source of energy. Imagine the possibilities if we could harness natural resources like this for our electricity needs, reducing our reliance on harmful chemicals and fossil fuels.
Ça va, ok, très bien. Tosha, Tia, très bien. Ça, Tosha, Tia.
Dogman and werewolves are two mythical creatures, both canine and as elusive as the Bigfoot. In this Trailcam image, we can see what looks like a canine on its 2 feet walking in the forest. The unique characteristics of the creature have fueled speculation among Facebook users, with contrasting opinions on its identity. Some assert that it resembles a dog, specifically a pit bull, pointing to its bony shoulders and skinny arms as potential canine features. Others, however, veer into the realm of the supernatural, suggesting that this enigmatic being could be a skinwalker, a creature from Native American folklore capable of transforming into various animal forms. And here we are, caught in the middle of this debate. On that note, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed to the channel yet, please do so now before I send that creature after you. On a more serious note, it really helps us out a ton and gives us the opportunity to keep making these videos for you. So please do so and share this video with your friends and family. Thank you very much. Nature, with its breathtaking beauty and inherent mysteries, often presents us with awe-inspiring spectacles that challenge our understanding of the world. This fascinating piece of footage captured on a boat in the Durban Sea, South Africa, has added another layer to the mystery of nature. This video showcases a mesmerizing sight where the sea seems to be divided into 2 distinct sections. The waters, for reasons not immediately apparent, refuse to mix, creating a visual spectacle that has left onlookers in a state of wonder and amazement. As you sail through this mesmerizing spectacle, the question hangs in the air like mist on the sea. What in the world could be the explanation for this? Instead of giving you the answer right away, let's treat this like trivia. Does anyone know the answer?
I'm scared.
In 2012, a woman went into the woods to capture the beautiful sunset. She was upset because, who wouldn't love to escape the busy world into nature, right? But after some time out there, she began to feel uneasy and uncomfortable. In the clip, you can hear her say, "I am scared." Not long after she said that out loud, a howl echoes through the forest. From the view of the camera, you see the snout of a wolf-like creature with its arms raised to the sky. The woman screams and runs out of there. I'm no wolf expert, but that's definitely not an ordinary wolf. I'm tempted to believe it's a werewolf since it appears to be humanoid. It appears to have arms it raises when it howls. Once this was uploaded to our platform, some were in awe while others found it laughable. They believe the creature has just been edited in, and they found her confession of being scared too convenient. It came just before the creature howled. To them, that's a sign of it being planned. The creature doesn't look very convincing to many in the community. They believe it's just a digital creation. Others also added that if the creature was real, she wouldn't have survived the encounter to upload the video. What do you guys think?
I'm scared.
Have you ever seen an angel? Well, the one who sent in the next clip believe he captured one. Take a look.
Where'd it go? Yeah.
Where is it?
What the fuck is that? Huh.
This clip was recorded in San Antonio, Texas during a family hangout. It was meant to be a day like every other day until they allegedly spotted a large humanoid creature with wings in the sky. Naturally, their first thought was that it was an angel. Looking at it, I get why they would think that, but there were some in the comments who thought it was a thunderbird. For those unfamiliar with the lore surrounding them, thunderbirds are legendary creatures found in the mythology of various indigenous cultures across North America. These powerful beings are often depicted as enormous birds with the ability to create thunder, lightning, and storms through the beating of their wings and the blinking of their eyes. There were also some who suspected gargoyles, but, well, you guys have seen the clip. What do you think?
Sewage treatment plant behind us takes in the waste of 500,000 people, and when it can't cope with it, it chucks it straight out here. And in the marine life just beneath our feet, we're actually finding they're full of drugs. They're full of contraceptive pill, antidepressants, anti-anxiety medication. Every single marine species that we've looked at so far is full of cocaine.
Recent findings from Langston, UK have revealed a concerning discovery. Experts conducting a series of tests on the fish found that they were all contaminated with cocaine. It's worrisome that all the marine life in the area, including the fish, have been affected by this issue. The root of the problem lies in the sewer that disposes of waste into the water bodies. Somehow, drugs are being transported in large quantities through the sewer, which is then concentrated in the water. The excessive presence of drugs in the water has led to the contamination of the entire marine ecosystem. This poses a serious threat to human health as well. One cannot help but wonder about the consequences of consuming the contaminated fish. The possibility of harmful effects on human health is high and something that must be taken seriously. I tried to find this interview on mainstream news outlets and discovered other news articles which had similar information in the UK alone. This issue highlights the need for better waste management. As serious as the situation is, it was funny to find some jokes from some who watched the video. It's funny, but maybe they have a point, wouldn't you agree?
Sampling these marine species, and you're finding that what's in the sewage water ends up in those species.
Yeah, exactly. The drugs affect this wildlife in the same way that they do us.
Our next footage takes us all the way to Mexico, where some residents captured something rather odd and peculiar in their streets. The footage introduces us to a nighttime in the neighborhood. All things being equal, the streets should be quiet and empty. In the beginning, it appears that way. But take a closer look and you'll realize that there are two tiny creatures on the side of the road. One crosses to the opposite side and the other follows. At first I thought they were little children, but I feel they're too small for that to be the case. Also, those filming won't have been enthused about little children. They're actually very convinced that they have captured a duende. For those unfamiliar with the term, duendes are mythical creatures described as small, gnome-like beings with human features like pointy ears and wrinkled faces. They live in forests, mountains, and even homes. While they're mischievous, they're usually harmless, playing pranks on humans and hiding objects. While it would be nice to confidently state these are duendes, there's not a lot to go on over here. You guys see the clips too, so what do you think?
What the hell is that? I've gotten closer to it, and I'm even more confused than I was like 20 feet back. What is that?
A woman was walking through a forest when she saw this on the ground. It was this weird thing. It looks round and has strange parts on it. The woman said that the area is known for having a lot of owls, but this thing looks nothing like an owl. I know I usually have answers to these strange creatures, but Jeremy, my animal plug, doesn't. He says he's never seen anything like this. The lady who recorded this even went closer to take a look and could still not identify what this thing could be. Are we looking at a creature we've never seen before? Oh, share your thoughts.
And I'm even more confused than I was like 20 feet back. What is that?
Não, tá gelado.
Tá gelado?
Tá gelado.
Ué? Credo?
Não, tá esquentando, cara. Tá esquentando. Pega pra você ver aí. Caramba, tá quente mesmo.
Tá mesmo, cara?
Gente do céu.
É pegando ela aqui.
Caraca, meu. Que coisa, cara.
Ela esquenta, cara.
Vamos pôr, ó, põe aqui na... Ó. Ó, não sei se dá pra você ver, ó.
Olha lá as bolinhas lá, ó.
Ó, tá borbulhando.
Ó.
Não é possível, cara. Ó, ficou bem vermelha, cara. Olha isso. Olha, ficou vermelha.
Two men were out in the woods in Brazil when they discovered something extraordinary. Using the help of a metal detector, they unearthed a tiny chest about the size of a hand. Intrigued, they opened it and found a red oval-shaped pearl inside. Curious about their find, the men picked up the pearl, but after holding it for a while, it began to get so hard that they had to drop it onto the muddy ground. When they placed the pearl back into the mini chest, something even stranger happened. It started to change color. What is this mysterious object that can heat up on its own and change color? This discovery is both fascinating and puzzling. It's not every day you find such an unusual artifact hidden in the woods. The fact that it heats up and changes color raises so many questions. Is it something that has to do with the natural properties of the object, or are we looking at a piece of lost technology?
Que coisa, cara. Ela esquenta, cara. Vamos pôr, ó, põe aqui na... Ó. Ó, não sei se dá pra você ver, ó.
Olha lá as bolinhas lá, ó.
Ó, tá borbulhando.
Ó.
Não é possível, cara. Ó, ficou bem vermelha, cara. Olha isso. Olha, ficou vermelha.
Footage has emerged showing a huge patch of clouds floating unusually close to the ground, right above the water. It looked as though someone on a boat could reach up and touch it. This cloud not only floated at an oddly low altitude, but also had a peculiar shape. At one point, part of the cloud shot out, changing its shape dramatically. While clouds naturally move and change shape, this seemed different. Now, I don't know how this is possible because clouds are typically high up in the sky. Some observers have suggested that this might be evidence of artificial clouds created by humans, possibly for weather modification purposes. There's a growing body of speculation around cloud seeding and other geoengineering techniques that could explain such anomalies. On the other hand, conspiracy theorists have long positioned that unusual clouds could be cloaked UFOs, while advanced technology to disguise themselves. The erratic movement and shape-shifting characteristics of this cloud seem to lend some credence to these theories. Others might argue that this is simply a rare but natural atmospheric phenomenon, perhaps involving temperature inversions or unique weather patterns that we don't fully understand. What do you think is going on here? Tell me, do you see anything strange about this clip? There appears to be a triangular shape in a ring of light around the sun. The one who took the clip was confused and wondered what could be causing this strange thing he was seeing. He uploaded it to one of the paranormal platforms we're on, and once it was there, everyone had something to say. A number of individuals in the community thought this had to be evidence of a cloaked UFO in our skies. The triangular outline in the sky, as well as the ring of light, was to them more than enough proof that there was a UFO hiding that was being exposed by the sun. Now, when I saw this, I looked at the clip several times and thought it might make sense. I finally said to myself that this was evidence of UFO activity that no one could dispute. I should have known better than to say that with Julius our science was around. Like Sheldon in The Big Bang Theory, he just had to chip in his thoughts afterwards. According to him, this could be the result of converging chemtrails left behind by two aircraft. This, according to him, could create the illusion we are seeing. For those unfamiliar with the term, planes typically leave behind white trails called contrails as their hot exhaust gases mix with the cold air. These trails are mostly made of water vapor that freezes in ice crystals. They're not always visible, but when this happens near the sun, the bright light can make it more noticeable and might even create interesting visual effects like a halo or glare, making the contrails seem more prominent or dramatic. This, according to him, might be what we are seeing, but that's not dramatic enough for me. A part of me thinks there might be alien activity going on there. You've seen the clip. What do you think? If you love fast food, then this next one is for you.
What the noise is that's coming out of my daughter's Panda Express chicken.
This mom decided to give her daughter a treat from Panda Express chicken because, well, why not? She expected a fun time with her daughter, accompanied by a delicious meal. What she didn't expect was the chicken they were supposed to be eating to be making sounds on its own. Listen. Do you hear that? It sounds like a ticking or tapping sound. I'm not exactly sure where to put that sound, but do you get the idea? Or better still, do you hear it? What do you think that is? While you write your comment, allow me to share some of the stuff the conspiracy theorists said. So we basically have most of the comments pointing to graphene nanotech or lab-grown GMO that's basically not dying. I wanted to say it was probably the heat, but the lady did mention that the chicken was cold. So now I turn to you guys. What do you think is going on here?
What the noise is that's coming out of my daughter's Panda Express chicken.
This woman was relaxing at home on her sofa when something strange happened. The standing fan out of nowhere began to bounce on the ground in an erratic and haunting way. Startled, the woman jumped off the sofa and quickly dragged her child away from the scene. At first, you might think it was just a faulty fan, but then, looking at the woman's alarmed reaction, it's clear that something more unsettling might be at play. Many people believe that this could have been poltergeist activity. Poltergeists are known for their ability to manipulate objects, creating disturbances that can be quite frightening. The sudden, violent movements of the fan could be interpreted as a classic sign of such supernatural activity. If this is indeed a poltergeist, it would explain the fan's erratic behavior without any apparent cause. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the woman's immediate and instinctive reaction to protect her child suggests she felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Her behavior indicates that she didn't believe this was merely a mechanical issue, but something far more sinister. So what do you think is happening here? Faulty fan or haunted fan? This next clip was shared online by a Russian hiker, and it shows an intriguing encounter in the woods. While hiking, he noticed a creature walking ahead of him. The creature had brown fur, stood about 8 to 9 feet tall, and had long arms that extended slightly below the knees. As it took long strides, its arms swung in a relaxed manner, seemingly unaware of the man observing it. The hiker, keeping a safe distance, managed to capture several minutes of this encounter on his phone. The creature's movements were fluid and natural, adding to the authenticity of the sighting. The video quickly went viral, drawing attention from Bigfoot enthusiasts and skeptics alike. We all know what this creature is believed to be, a Bigfoot. Of all the footage I've seen, This seems like one of the closest glimpses of the creature, but what do you think? Could this be genuine footage of the elusive Bigfoot, or is it just another hoax? If you've been with us for a while, then you've probably seen some of the strange finds on Google Maps and Google Earth. Although we've seen and reported on a number of these finds, this next one takes the trump card. A man uploaded this clip, and in it we see him going through the app until he settles on a location. He zooms in to reveal a strange landmark, which turns out to be some secret hidden facility. After some clicks, we're introduced to a nighttime view where we see the facility in its full glory. Not only that, but we also see a machine shooting a laser into the sky. This is highly unusual and strange. Without having answers of his own, the individual posted this in the paranormal community, hoping someone could help him. We don't fully understand what's going on, but some in the community think this might be a secret research facility. Others think the USA might be using this device to try and break the sky, which brings about the firmament theory. But without going into all that, what do you guys think is going on here? Do you think that's truly a facility out there doing this, or is this an elaborate hoax designed to mislead us? Kindly share your thoughts in the comments section, as we'd really love to know. There have been numerous accounts from hikers and campers who claim that rocks were thrown at them by what they believe to be Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Today we have footage that seems to capture a Bigfoot throwing rocks. In this video, a man on one side of a wooded road spots a Bigfoot on the other side moving among the trees. As he begins filming, the Bigfoot walks for a while before stopping and crouching down, apparently picking something up from the ground. It then stands up and throws a rock directly at the man filming. Let's examine the footage in slow motion. You can clearly see the Bigfoot's movements, walking through the trees, crouching to pick up a rock, and then throwing it with surprising accuracy. It almost seems as if the creature was aware of being watched and decided to send a warning. What do you think? Does this footage provide evidence of Bigfoot's existence, or was everything just made up?
What is this fish? What is it?
That is not no fish.
What do you think that is? Believe it or not, this clip was my first time seeing anything like this. Without wanting to go to Julius, I checked the comments section of the original post and saw this. I'm not sure why, for a second, I actually believed that this could indeed be an armadillo ratfish. I mean, the name sort of fits the description, but I should have known better. Luckily for me, Julius showed up with the right name and description as usual. This is actually the Atlantic midshipman toadfish, aka Porichythes plectrodon. It's a fascinating marine species known for its bioluminescent properties and distinctive vocalizations. Found in the western Atlantic Ocean, particularly along the coast of the southeastern United States, this toadfish inhabits sandy and muddy bottoms in shallow coastal waters. It's characterized by its broad, flattened head and a body covered with small, embedded scales. The species is named for the rows of bioluminescent organs along its body, resembling the buttons on a naval midshipman's uniform. These fish are nocturnal and use their light-emitting organs to attract prey and communicate with potential mates. Now you have to understand that it's very unusual to see Atlantic midshipman toadfish during the day or above water. These species are primarily nocturnal and tend to hide in burrows or under rocks during daylight hours to avoid predators. Seeing one like this is unusual and could be due to circumstances such as being disturbed from their hiding places, environmental stress, or even disorientation. The one we see in the clip appears to be upside down, which might point to stress and disorientation. But then again, that's an amateur observation from me. What say you?
What is this fish? What is it?
That is not no fish.
Have you seen this? The world's first bioprocessor uses 16 human brain organoids for 1 million times less power consumption than a digital chip. What does this mean? Well, for starters, this bioprocessor is like a computer chip, but is made of human brain tissue made from a lab that had 16 brain organoids. These organoids are connected to communication channels known as electrodes, and through that, they process data. But unlike computer chips, this bioprocessor uses less power, in fact, 1 million times less. For now, they last for 100 days. If we know anything about scientists, it's that this wouldn't cut it. I know it's exciting, but it gives me Matrix vibes and has me a little worried and on edge. See what we're able to do with our current processors. Imagine what these could do once they are working optimally. As exciting as that can be, I have one fear. What if we lose control? What if these things evolve beyond us? What then happens to us? You know what? Oh, let's not go there. I wouldn't want to seem like the pessimistic one, but think about it. Did you know each human sperm cell packs about 37.5 megabyte of data? That's like a tiny biological USB stick. Considering the average ejaculation contains around 450 million sperm, that's a whopping 16 terabyte of data, enough to fill numerous hard drives. Each sperm carries half the genetic information needed to create a new human. When DNA sequences are digitalized, each sperm's DNA equates to 37.5 megabyte. Multiply that by 450 million and you get an impressive 16 terabyte of genetic information. This fact raises intriguing questions about the potential of biological data storage and the future of bioinformatics. Perhaps men ought to be conservative about their sperm and not waste it, if you know what I mean. You know the glitches we keep mentioning on this channel that Julius and his disciples have refused to accept could really exist? Well, our next clip features a lady who has allegedly had multiple throughout her life. Let's take a look.
My grandma has very prominent blue eyes, like crystal clear. It's a very prominent feature about my grandma that she has very blue, piercing crystal blue eyes. So this one day, she picks me up, we go to Wendy's, we're sitting in the glass area. If you know Wendy's back then you know what I'm talking about. We're sitting there eating our fries and I look up at my grandma and my grandma has brown eyes. They're brown. And so naturally I was like, Grandma, your eyes are brown. And she was like, yeah, Lauren, I have brown eyes. I was like, Grandma, no you don't. You have very blue eyes. What do you mean you have blue eyes? And she was like, no, Lauren, I have brown eyes.
She first talks about her experience in 4th and 5th grade when her grandma used to pick her up. She then talks about how she and her grandma used to go to Wendy's to have a great time. According to her, on one of their days out, her grandma, who was blue eyes, suddenly had brown eyes. She draws her grandma's attention to it, and her grandma tells her that no, she has always had brown and not blue eyes. She goes home, and her mom also tells her the same. At that point, she's very sure something's off, but she forgets it and moves on. 3 days later, her grandma suddenly has blue eyes again. She goes to her grandma and tells her that her eyes are blue, again to which her grandma responds, well, I've always had blue eyes. She states that despite her numerous attempts to remind her grandma that her eyes were once brown, nothing comes of them. She also insists she's not crazy and was not dreaming. Naturally, individuals in the comments section were divided. Some stood with her, while some thought she had a hyperactive imagination. One person did mention something profound, though. According to him, she might have shifted timelines. The funny thing is, there are some in the comments section who believe they have done the same. So what do you guys think? Are we glitching into different timelines instead of different realities? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section.
After school. I didn't make that shit up. Like, that was reality. I didn't miss a day. Like, this happened. Has anybody else ever experienced anything like that?
Now, when it comes to the solar system or even the universe in general, it's a well-established fact that we have just one sun. However, during a mesmerizing sunset view, someone captured something utterly shocking. In the sky, alongside the familiar glow of our sun, there were two additional suns visible, one on the far left and the other on the far right. This bewildering sight left many scratching their heads and questioning the laws of nature. How could there be two suns? Some suggested it might be a glitch in the camera or the result of unusual atmospheric conditions. Others pondered more fantastical explanations, invoking the possibility of parallel dimensions or extraterrestrial phenomenon. But amidst the uncertainty, one thing remained clear. This was an extraordinary sight that defied conventional understanding. What do you think might explain the presence of these twin suns in the sky? Let us know in the comments section. A new Turkish surgery procedure is causing a lot of buzz online. A man who underwent the procedure appears to look like 2 or 3 decades younger. This transformation is so dramatic that some people believe it's not the same person. Others think it might be a father and son duo. The before and after photos are astounding, showing a significant reduction in wrinkles, age spots, and sagging skin. Would you be willing to try out a procedure to look decades younger? Also, what do you think? Same person, or is someone trying to pull a fast one on us? Take a look at this security footage that was taken at a parking lot filled with tricycles. As you can see, a man was walking by when all of a sudden, one of the tricycles just moved backwards and crashed into a man who was sitting in a chair. The man sitting was unaware of the tricycle's sudden movement, and the one walking by turned in shock to look at the whole situation. There was no one in the tricycle, and they are manually operated. So what happened here? The footage shows the tricycle moving with an unexpected jolt as if propelled by an invisible force. The randomness and suddenness of the movement leaves us wondering if this could be more than just a simple mechanical failure. The tricycle's movement is eerily smooth and deliberate, almost as if someone or something unseen is controlling it. Someone shared this footage of a 4-legged creature walking through the woods. It looks like a horse, but it's made of what appears to be roots or something similarly unusual. The movements are fluid and lifelike, yet the creature's composition is bizarre and unsettling. This could very well be an AI creation, given the incredible advancements in technology and visual effects. However, with all the strange phenomena and sightings reported lately, it's difficult to rule anything out as fake or AI generated. The internet has been buzzing with various theories. Some people believe it's a mythical forest spirit captured on camera, while others think it might be a hoax meant to deceive those who like to believe in the paranormal. What do you think? Someone allegedly came across this unsettling sight deep in the woods, a massive, otherworldly creature moving on all fours. This entity, with its bark-like texture and towering frame, seemed like it had sprung from a dark fairy tale. I've watched the clip over and over, and that's the best description I could come up with. Is it real though? My video editor doesn't think so. He believes that whatever that is was created digitally on the PC. He mentions a bunch of things like the frame rate of the object not matching the rest of the clip, as well as color grading and other factors. I don't fully understand it, but I trust Ike, and before you come asking, Ike is the name of the video editor. Why would someone try to mislead us? Hard to tell, but what do you guys think? Is my video editor right, or has any of you encountered a creature that looks like this? Man had been hearing strange noises coming from one of the rooms in his house. He searched everywhere but couldn't find the source of the noise until he stumbled upon a strange structure in one of the rooms. Inside it, a pair of eyes stared back at him. It looked like an owl, but the situation was bizarre. The structure was a hollow pole made of foil, which looked like a good place for a nest. But how did it manage to get inside a house and into that? No one can tell, but I know we will be glad to finally find out. I know I mentioned owl, but what do you think this is? Share your thoughts in the comments section. We all thought that electric cars were a significant upgrade from traditional manual vehicles, a leap forward in our quest for cleaner transportation. However, recent findings suggest that this upgrade might come with its own set of problems. Research has uncovered that lithium-ion batteries, which power these electric vehicles, can release harmful chemicals into the environment. These rechargeable lithium-ion batteries contain PFAS chemicals, often referred to as forever chemicals. These substances are notorious for their persistence. They don't break down over time and accumulate in the environment. This accumulation poses serious health risks, adding a new layer of concern to the environmental impact of electric vehicles. PFAS chemicals have been linked to various health issues, including increased risks of cardiovascular problems. As these chemicals leach into the soil and water from deteriorating or improperly disposed of batteries, they can contribute to broader public health concerns. The persistence of PFAS means that their effects could be long-lasting and widespread, making it a significant challenge to manage and mitigate their impact. We all know that the most haunted places are those associated with death and tragedy. It seems like ghosts and entities just thrive in such areas. In this footage, a man is driving by a cemetery when he notices something chilling. There's a woman in a white robe walking through the graveyard. Her head is bent down until long black hair covers her face as she moves silently among the tombstones. Given the lore and stories surrounding graveyards and ghosts, this site raises many questions. Could this be an actual ghost, a restless spirit wandering the cemetery, or is it simply a woman walking through the graveyard for reasons unknown? The eerie atmosphere of the cemetery, combined with the sight of this mysterious figure, creates an unsettling scene. The idea of a ghostly apparition in such a place is not far-fetched, considering the countless tales of hauntings and paranormal activity linked to graveyards. But what do you think she is, human or ghost? Julius thinks she was edited and placed in there, but still, I would love to hear your thoughts. There are stories of how ancient floods destroyed advanced civilizations, forcing humans to start anew. These theories often stem from various hieroglyphs found in historical places, from giant structures to portal-like formations. These ancient carvings depict scenes that are both fascinating and puzzling. What do these images mean? It cannot just be imagination if these drawings and paintings show similar themes from different parts of the world. Some suggest these depictions are evidence of ancient visitors from other planets, while others argue that they're symbolic representations of natural phenomena or spiritual beliefs. Archaeologists and historians have long debated the meanings behind these drawings. Some believe they represent the technological prowess of ancient civilizations, suggesting that humanity once possessed advanced knowledge and capabilities. The images of crafts and giant humans found in disparate locations around the globe hint at a shared heritage or knowledge. So what do you think? Are these hieroglyphs evidence of a forgotten advanced civilization, or are they merely myth and legend? Speaking of Bigfoot, this elusive creature has been a subject of curiosity for years. The idea of Bigfoot fighting a bull might be thrilling, but it would only be possible if the creature was real. Someone shared this intriguing image online. While he was out in the mountains, he felt like something was staring at him. When he looked back, he saw this creature hiding behind a large rock. The creature was dark, with only its head sticking out from behind the rock. It didn't look human and had an animalistic appearance, which led him to believe it was Bigfoot. The footage has sparked a heated debate. On one hand, believers see this as compelling evidence that Bigfoot exists and is out hiding in remote areas. On the other hand, skeptics argue that this could easily be a hoax. The figure might be a person in a costume or simply a play of shadows and light, creating an illusion of a creature. With today's technology, editing and creating such videos has become easier, leading many to doubt the authenticity of such sightings. So what do you think? Is this proof that the elusive Bigfoot is indeed real and hiding out there, or is it all just a hoax fueled by someone's wild imagination? Share your thoughts and theories. Some things in life just cannot be explained. This woman was seen by a body of water pressing down on something. You'd never guess what it was unless you saw it for yourself. She was performing chest compressions on a fish. Yeah, you heard that right. CPR on a fish. I think she found the fish stranded on the sand, not far from the water's edge. Instead of just tossing the fish back into the sea, this woman decided to try and revive it using CPR. It's quite the sight to see someone giving life-saving compressions to a fish, but her intentions were undoubtedly pure. Who's going to tell her that fish don't exactly benefit from CPR? It's one of those moments where you can't help but admire her dedication and hope, even if the method is unconventional. There are a lot of creatures that stem from ancient mythology and even stories. One such creature is the griffin. The griffin is a four-legged creature with the body of a lion and the head of a bird. The individual who uploaded this footage believes this is a griffin, but this creature's body doesn't exactly look like a lion, but it does have four legs and a bird-like head. It looks somewhat real, but I'm tempted to lean more on the possibility of it being an AI creation. Even so, I can't help but wonder if there could be some truth to their existence. The griffin has always been a part of mythology for centuries, originating in ancient civilizations such as Mesopotamia, Greece, and Egypt. It was often depicted as a powerful and majestic creature, symbolizing strength and protection. That leaves me wondering, did someone actually see one, or was it imagined and passed down? Share your thoughts. Take a look at this unique dog. It has a black short coat, a slender body, upright long ears, and a long tail. This creature looks like it could be the cousin of a chupacabra, but it's not. This is what we call a Zoliotskuntali. It's a type of dog. The Zoliotskuntali, often referred to simply as the Zolo or Mexican hairless dog, is a unique and ancient breed with origins dating back over 3,000 years to pre-Columbian times in Mexico. It's one of the world's oldest and rarest breeds. This particular breed holds significant cultural importance in Mexico. In ancient times, they were revered by the Aztecs and other Mesoamerican civilizations and believed to have spiritual significance and even healing powers. They were often depicted in art and mythology and were considered sacred companions, thought to guide the souls of the dead through the underworld. But in today's world, they're raised as pets and are very loyal companions, known for their intelligence, calm demeanor, and affectionate nature. Zolos make excellent pets for those who appreciate their unique appearance. Would you get one? If you're one of those firm believers in conspiracies, this will make you do a double take. While walking through the woods, someone came across this huge structure. The exterior looked like a mountain, but inside it was an entirely different scene. Massive wooden structures were built within the so-called mountain, revealing it as a hollow structure filled with wooden bricks. I never thought I'd say these words in my life, but it's a fake mountain. What could have camouflaged this place as a mountain? What was it used for? Is this even real at all? Well, the answers to these questions are simple. We don't know. Until we have more information, we won't be able to confirm or disprove this. But what do you think? This footage was taken back in 2021 in Russia by some guys who were taking a walk after sundown. In the sky was this comet-looking light that seemed to be approaching the ground. As the comet-like object got closer, they heard a loud noise and then its shape changed dramatically. It now looked like a jellyfish, with the trail behind it becoming coiled and the head part expanding into what appeared to be thick white smoke of some sort. No one knows what this could have been, whether it was some sort of light display, an explosion, or even something alien-related remains a mystery. On second thought, if that was a light display, people would have known about it because they would have been told. So if it's neither of these, could it have been a rocket launch where the changing shape and bright trails were caused by the stages of the rocket burning off? Seems plausible, but they would have known if there was a rocket launch nearby. Maybe it was just a meteor breaking up upon entering Earth's atmosphere, causing the loud noise and the spectacular light show. Julius is skeptical about this as well. I'm out of ideas. What do you think this is? Share your thoughts and theories in the comments. Moving on to an innovation in our own timeline, we turn our attention to Serbia, where liquid trees have become a wonder. Yes, you heard that right, liquid trees. In a remarkable step towards combating urban air pollution, Dr. Ivan Spasajek from Serbia has introduced an innovative solution known as the liquid tree. This groundbreaking project, launched in Belgrade, one of Serbia's most polluted cities, aims to tackle the pressing issues of air quality. The liquid tree is essentially a bioreactor that uses water and microalgae to mimic the natural process of photosynthesis. These microalgae absorb carbon dioxide and heavy metals from the air, effectively reducing pollution and producing oxygen. This liquid tree innovation offers more than just environmental benefits. Designed with urban functionality in mind, these installations feature benches, USB chargers, and nightlights, making them not only eco-friendly, but also practical additions to public spaces. Just imagine walking through a bustling city and finding a spot where you can sit, charge your devices, and breathe in cleaner air. These features make the liquid trees a multifunctional asset, enhancing the quality of urban life while actively working to improve air quality. While this sounds futuristic and amazing, someone in the comments section asked a profound question. What's wrong with normal trees? I did some research and found that while traditional trees are invaluable for the environmental, offering shade, cooling temperatures, absorbing carbon dioxide, and releasing oxygen, there are scenarios where planting them is challenging. Urban areas, for example, often grapple with space limitations, poor soil quality, and other factors that hinder tree growth. Liquid trees are designed not to replace, but to complement normal trees. They serve as an additional tool to help tackle air pollution and climate change, especially in environments where traditional tree planting is impractical. Cool, huh? Most people believe that when someone dies, their spirit lingers around their loved ones before crossing over to another world. This belief was particularly strong for one family who had just lost their beloved grandpa. After his passing, the family began experiencing strange occurrences in their home. The most unsettling event was captured on camera. In the middle of the night, the deceased's granddaughter was sleeping in a room when a white figure entered. The figure stood over her for a moment before disappearing. Remarkably, the family cat also noticed the presence climbing on top of the girl as if to protect her. When the family reviewed the footage, they were convinced it was the grandfather making one last visit to say goodbye. The room felt colder than usual, and the cat's unusual behavior only added to the family's conviction. Could it be a loving farewell from the afterlife, or is there a more rational explanation for this ghostly figure? Let us know in the comments. Dolphins are such majestic creatures that coming across them in the ocean is like seeing a creature in a fairy tale. I know that's a bit of an exaggeration, but who doesn't like dolphins? Someone shared this footage they took while on a boat exploring the ocean. You know, those vacation things people like to do. While on this boat, they saw a dolphin swimming from a distance. The fish would jump out of the water and dive right back in with such grace. It was such a surreal moment until they noticed that there was another creature swimming alongside the dolphin. This creature had a fish-like body, but with a pair of human-like hands and a head. When it jumped out of the water, it would move its hands from the sides and join them together to dive into the water. Clearly, this couldn't be a fish, but it couldn't be human as well, unless it was a being with both human and aquatic characteristics. Do you know any beings that fit that bill? Yes, the merfolk. Does this prove they're real once and for all? Well, we'll let you decide that. Have you ever seen a fish with wings? Just look at this marvelous creature. This is the bluefin gurnard, and it truly lives up to its name. The bluefin gurnard is a stunning fish, known for its vibrant blue pectoral fins that resemble wings. When it spreads them out, it looks like it could almost take flight. These fins aren't just for show, either. They're used to scare off predators and to navigate the sandy seafloor in search of food. It's like nature decided to mix a bit of the sea and sky in one amazing animal. What's even more interesting is how these fish move. They don't just swim like other fish, they use their wing-like fins to walk along the ocean floor. They extend these fins outward and use them to probe the sand, uncovering small crustaceans and other tasty morsels to eat. It's a bit like having a built-in metal detector, except instead of finding treasure, they find their dinner. Our next footage was taken in Berlin. There was this strange light in the sky with an odd shape and glow, almost as if it was emanating from a craft hidden behind the clouds or something invisible. The light had an eerie, otherworldly quality to it. Some believe this could be the case of those cloaked UFOs, hidden from our view but occasionally revealing themselves through such phenomenon. Others speculate that there might be a UFO behind the clouds, using some advanced technology to remain concealed. But what's your take on this mysterious light in the Berlin sky? Is it a cloaked UFO, an advanced military craft, or something else entirely? While walking through the woods at night, someone discovered a peculiar object on a tree. At first it looked like a fungus, but then it started to move in a strange, almost lifelike manner.
Looks like some weird alien bug.
The way it pulsated and shifted was eerie, as if it had a mind. This unexpected movement left the individual questioning the nature of their find. Could it be an undiscovered species or a rare natural phenomenon? The way it glowed and seemed to breathe added to the mystery. In the quiet of the night, with only the sounds of the forest around, the sight was both mesmerizing and unsettling. How is this even possible? Could it be some type of interdimensional creature? Maybe it's a life form we have yet to classify living right under our noses. If you thought that was a bit confusing, then you should definitely see this next one. What do you think we're looking at? It's hard to say given the unusual appearance of the creature in the clip as well as the quality of the clip. Although a bit divided oftentimes, you can trust the paranormal community to always come up with something. First off, some members of the community thought this was bizarre and possibly mutated snake. They were sure that the creature we are seeing was a snake with horns. This was very interesting, but also a bit of a stretch. But when you have to deal with skinwalkers and Bigfoots, a snake with horns shouldn't be the biggest of your issues, right? Well, let's just say it felt off to me and some members of the community. We did some further analysis and settled on the fact that this could be a snake that's eaten a frog or bird. What we perceive as horns may be nothing more than the back legs of a frog or the wings of a bird. But then again, none of this is confirmed. We're only speculating based on what we see. What's your take, though? A snake from the nether realm or a very ordinary snake trying to chow down a huge meal? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Late one night, while driving home, a man saw something on the side of the road that made his heart skip a beat. There, illuminated by his headlights, was a woman dressed in white. Her head was bowed, causing her long dark hair to fall like a curtain over her face. Her hands were clasped in front of her, adding to the eeriness of the scene. As he drove by, the woman did not move. She didn't even glance at the car passing by. It was as if she was frozen in time. The sight sent chills down his spine. Who or what was she? Was she some sort of entity, a ghostly apparition, or just a random woman standing by the roadside? But then why would anyone stand at the side of the road in the middle of the night, especially in such an unsettling manner? He kept glancing in his rearview mirror, half expecting her to suddenly appear closer or to start following his car, but she remained still, a solitary figure in the darkness. Who do you think she is? Still on hauntings, dolls are one of the things that can easily be possessed. In this footage, a man visits a doll shop filled with vintage dolls. These aren't brand new, they have an eerie, old-fashioned look to them. He brought along a heat vision camera to scan the whole place. When the camera was pointed at him and his friend, they both appeared with an orange color indicating heat and essentially life. As they scanned the dolls, none showed any signs of heat, except for one. This particular doll appeared to have the same orange heat signature as the living people in the room. Dolls are lifeless, so how is this possible? Possession. The idea of a possessed doll is not something new. Many stories and legends speak of dolls harboring spirits or entities. They're believed to be an easy vessel for spirits to inhabit due to their human-like appearance. The heat signature could indicate some form of energy or presence within the doll, which aligns with tales of possession. Is it possible that a spirit or entity has taken residence in this doll, giving it an inexplicable warmth, or is there a more mundane explanation we're overlooking? From all that we hear about Bigfoot, they're believed to be very strong creatures capable of tearing large trees apart. But imagine a Bigfoot coming up against a bull. Who do you think would win? Before you answer, take a look at this footage first. A farmer carved a Bigfoot silhouette on a metal sheet and placed it on the fence of his bull farm. One bull walked over to the Bigfoot cutout and used its horns to tear it apart with much aggression, as if it had a grudge against Bigfoot. The bull's raw power and determination were on full display. Now imagine if this was the real thing. Who do you think would win? Both creatures possess brutal strength and aggression, making this a hypothetical battle for the ages. On one side, we have the mysterious and elusive Bigfoot, known for its immense power, and on the other, the bull is a symbol of raw strength and tenacity. Who would you place your bet on? While out at sea, a fisherman noticed something in the water with glowing eyes staring right at him. Intrigued and a bit unnerved, he threw a small fish into the water, but the creature didn't budge. This behavior was odd since he knew that crocodiles or alligators do not live in salty water. As the fisherman continued to watch, the creature remained still, its glowing eyes reflecting the moonlight in an almost hypnotic manner. He captured the eerie scene on his phone, and boy, are we glad he did. It adds some authenticity to his experience and narration. The footage shows the glowing eyes in stark contrast to the dark, choppy water, creating a hauntingly beautiful visual. As beautiful as it might be, there's one question that needs answering. What could this creature be? The ocean is vast and full of mysteries, and sightings like these often leave more questions than answers. Some viewers speculated it might be a bioluminescent sea creature, while others leaned toward more fantastical explanations, such as a sea monster or an alien life form. What do you think? Back in 2023, a NASA satellite captured something extraordinary, a dark, long mass attaching itself to the sun. Now, we all know that the sun is a massive ball of fire of energy, so this sight is quite intriguing. Some people believe this dark mass is some sort of alien technology, perhaps a device that's sucking energy from the sun. The idea of aliens harvesting solar energy sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, doesn't it? However, the Julius kind had a different take. One commented on this. A solar tornado is a phenomenon where solar material gets twisted into a tornado-like shape by the sun's magnetic fields. It's a natural event, but still incredibly fascinating to watch. The forces at play on the sun are immense, creating these dramatic and powerful structures. So what do you think? Is this dark mass an alien energy siphoning device, or just a natural solar phenomenon? Researchers were out exploring a cave in Mexico when they stumbled upon something extraordinary. They discovered the remains of a dog-like creature, but this wasn't your typical dog. Its jaws were lined with sharp teeth, and it had 4 legs, looking quite fierce even in its skeletal form. Now here's where things get really interesting. Some people believe these remains could belong to the legendary chupacabra, a cryptid from Mexican folklore. The chupacabra is often described as a blood-sucking creature that preys on livestock, and sightings have been reported for years, though evidence has always been elusive. Initial examinations showed that while this creature had some canine features, there were significant differences. The teeth were sharper and more pointed, ideal for tearing flesh, and the bones showed signs of a creature that had a powerful build. So what do you think? Could this really be the remains of the legendary chupacabra, or is there another explanation for this strange discovery? Someone was driving one night when he noticed some lights in the sky. At first, it looked like nothing to be worried about, perhaps just a plane passing by. However, as he continued driving, the lights remained stationary, hovering in the same spot. This was unusual, especially since there was no airport or known flight path in the vicinity. As he drove closer, the lights didn't move, they remained where they were. The lights seemed to belong to one massive craft, yet the craft itself wasn't visible. It seemed to be shrouded by clouds or even fog, creating an eerie and mysterious silhouette against the night sky. So what could this be? Some suggest it might be a secret military aircraft using advanced cloaking technology. Others firmly believe it's evidence of extraterrestrial life visiting our planet under the cover of darkness. Now, what about you? What do you think? Now, what do we have here? A strange-looking creature that was found on our shores was seen running toward the water, but what could it be? It appears to have spikes all over its body. As it got closer, the waves came and washed it into the ocean. The creature's movements were swift and almost frantic, as if it were desperate to return to the safety of the water. Its spiky exterior glistened under the sunlight, making it look even more unusual and otherworldly. Does anyone have any idea what it might be? If you do, could you please let us know in the comments? Thank you very much. Take a look at this incredible phenomenon. Mushrooms that transform into birds. It's truly astonishing to watch. One moment you're looking at a cluster of ordinary mushrooms, and in the blink of an eye, they undergo a breathtaking transformation into birds. Just imagine the marvel of witnessing such a change in real time. The transformation is so fluid and convincing that it almost feels like magic. The mushrooms begin to shift and morph, their textures and colors blending seamlessly into the form of birds. It's as if nature itself is performing a spellbinding dance of creation. Now, while this might look like something straight out of a fantasy film, well, of course, it's actually CGI. The level of detail and realism in the animation is truly impressive. We always have to be very vigilant and conscious of our surroundings, no matter how comfortable the atmosphere is. Take a look at this footage that was taken in Australia. A family spent the weekend at a beach house. One night, they were out by the sea taking pictures and goofing around. The mother was recording videos of her two kids. You can see the little boy running around all happy, which reminds me of the good old days. Sorry, I digressed. Now, in this clip here, the little girl is making silly faces at the camera. Everything seems normal until the family reviews the footage and notices something chilling. There behind the little girl is a pale creature crouched on all fours. They hadn't even noticed or sensed anything was off that day. The only evidence of this creature being there was captured in the footage. The creature's appearance is eerie and unsettling, with its pale, almost translucent skin and elongated limbs. The family was shocked and terrified when they discovered this in their video. This sighting has sparked a lot of speculation. Some suggest it might be a cryptid like the infamous rake, while others think it could be a hoax. However, given the family's genuine reaction and the fact that they didn't notice the creature at the time, it's hard to dismiss this as mere fabrication. Could this be evidence of a mysterious creature lurking near the beach house, or is this family trying to mislead us for their 5 minutes of fame? Share your thoughts. Have you ever heard of a storm chaser? Well, it's quite a unique job, as the name suggests. These are people who seek out dangerous weather, traveling great distances to capture photos and videos of nature's most powerful phenomenon. This particular footage was taken by a storm chaser who traveled to Krakow, Poland to film an approaching storm. He positioned his drone at a higher altitude, ready to capture the storm in all its glory. After the storm passed, he reviewed the footage and discovered something unexpected. A strange, glowing object moved rapidly from one spot to another before vanishing into the water. For someone whose job is to observe weather patterns, finding something like this is indeed odd and worth questioning. According to him, the object moved at a speed of 100 meters per second, extremely fast. Take a look at the footage and tell me what you think this object could be. Is it just a natural phenomenon, an optical illusion, or something more mysterious, like evidence of extraterrestrial activity, or perhaps a top-secret technology being tested? Some things in this world are simply unexplainable, and our next clip may be one of them. If you don't have the stomach for strange things, please move on to the next clip. You have been warned. A man recently shared footage of this strange and disgusting substance falling from his roof. The video provides no context, leaving viewers to speculate wildly about what it could be.
That is... I'm going to show this to everybody.
The thick, reddish substance interspersed with small black entities defies easy explanation. Some commenters suggested it might be a mass of worms, while others thought it could be a nest of earthworms. As interesting as these speculations are, we've no way of confirming or disproving them. Frankly speaking, I can't even send any of the team members to investigate it. Not sure I can pay for the therapy. What do you guys think it is? On our end, we still aren't sure, but Aaron, our in-house conspiracy theorist, says it reminds him of what the night after Taco Bell feels like. Well, not sure why that came to mind, but I'm not explaining what he means. If you know what this might be, please share in the comments section. Yeah, I wish I could tell you I know what that is, but I don't. I've seen weird things, but this is definitely top 5. It looks like the living face of a cow or a bull with limbs that are capable of moving it. I know my description doesn't make sense, but this creature doesn't either. I wanted to say AI, but typically AI clips have portions of the clips that glitch or are inconsistent for no reason. This particular one doesn't have that meaning. It's real, or at least I suspect it is, but what do you guys think? This footage, captured in the sky at an unknown location, shows a strange object moving rapidly and rotating as it speeds through the air. Its erratic movements and high speed make it difficult to identify as any convenient aircraft or drone. The way it twists and turns seems to defy typical flight patterns. Is this UFO related, or could it be something more mundane? Could it be a cutting-edge piece of technology, an experimental aircraft, or perhaps something out of this world? Share your thoughts. Do you believe in coincidence? Because the next footage is about to blow your mind.
Oh my god.
Do it.
Don't!
Prove it.
Not work.
Prove it.
In the video, a man behind the camera tells a woman to do it. We don't know what he's referring to until she raises her hands in the air. At that exact moment, lightning strikes the spot where her fingers point in the sky. The man's reaction is one of pure astonishment as he captures the event with shaky hands. Even the woman appears to be in disbelief, looking at her hands and then back at the sky as if questioning her newfound powers. The timing is impeccable, making it hard to dismiss as mere coincidence. Was it just a coincidence, or did we just witness a real-life storm?
Prove it.
Not work.
Prove it.
A tranquil hike through the woods took an ominous turn for an unsuspecting couple. At first, they dismissed the occasional crack of a twig or rustle of leaves as simply the sounds of nature. But a persistent, deliberate presence made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Something, or someone, was out there, carefully tracking their movements through the dense foliage. They strained to catch a glimpse, but the thick trees and bush obscured their view. The couple could only make out occasional flashes of movement, too large and purposeful to be a small forest creature. A cold trickle of fear ran down their spines. Just an animal? Or something much more mysterious, even sinister? Occasionally a pair of eyes pop up, and the man says, "I see you," which makes whatever it is retreat.
I see you. Those eyes are wide, too.
Their imaginations ran wild. Could this be the legendary Sasquatch pursuing them, or some other cryptid, an undiscovered species perhaps? The thought of being stalked by an unknown entity raises the anxiety to a fever pitch as they try to discern what manner of being was trailing them. The couple quickened their pace, desperate to escape the trees and the unseen watcher within. The video was uploaded, so it's safe to say they escaped, but what could have been stalking them? I think they've got to be wolves, but what do you guys think? The person who shared this footage is convinced she captured a glimpse of a fairy. While out in the woods, immersed in nature, she noticed something unusual fluttering nearby. Despite struggling with her camera, she managed to capture the fleeting creature on film. The footage is quite blurry, making it difficult to discern the exact features of the insect. However, you can see a small, delicate creature darting through the air before landing gracefully on the grass. Its wings are particularly striking, resembling butterflies but with an enigmatic quality that sets them apart. The scene has an ethereal quality, leaving room for the imagination to wander. While it might simply be an extraordinary insect with an otherworldly appearance, the blurry footage invites speculation. Could this be a real fairy, or is it just an insect? This man set up a camera outside an abandoned house in the middle of the forest. He had just positioned it in front of the house as he was about to enter when he noticed something on top of the building. There was a pale creature crouched on all fours with a pair of glowing eyes. The creature looked eerily like the Rake, a notorious cryptid known for its unsettling appearance and predatory behavior. Its skin was almost translucent, giving it a ghostly, otherworldly look in the dim light. The creature's glowing eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, adding to the menacing aura it exuded. The creature had a gaunt, almost skeletal frame, its head turned slowly, tracking the man's movements with an unnerving precision. The eyes never blinked, maintaining an unbroken stare that felt almost sentient. In a moment of panic, the man packed up and left. Do you think that was a Rake? A woman discovers something on Instagram that will blow your mind and explain why there's a lot of conflict of interest on social media. Take a look.
This is the most insane example of how everyone is experiencing completely different social medias at the exact same time. Like, this video, my boyfriend said he'd be over by 3 after golfing, and like, it's just her every half an hour taking a video saying, oh, he's still not here, and it gets to like 5 or 6 p.m. and he's still not here, okay? I opened the comments of this video, and kind of as I expected, everyone was saying, oh, that's really rude, it's the disregard of her time, I don't like him, did he communicate with you? If not, then that's a red flag. Okay, fair enough, you know. I send this video to my boyfriend who was sat next to me, and then I said to my boyfriend, lol, look at the comments. Bear in mind, these comments were coming up at the top of the list, so as soon as you open the comments, these are the ones that came up for me. At the same time, on the same video, or you could get your own hobby instead of waiting around for him. Like, God forbid he has a good time, he meant before 3 a.m, he's ahead of schedule. No fucking wonder we're all so divided when you can look at the same comments on the same video and it'll change them based on who you are, and I presume based on like other activity in the app. Like, because people look at the fucking comments of a video to gain perspective and see how everyone feels about that video. Like, I do that, I think everyone does that. So if we're looking at it from 2 completely different angles, and the only thing that I can assume really that's that different about our interactions with Instagram is that he's a guy and I'm a girl. And so obviously these are all like on his side and all of mine were on her side.
How is that possible? The top comment she saw on the video from her account was different from the top comment her boyfriend was seeing on the same video but on his account. This practice means that users are continually fed content that reinforces their existing ideologies, creating echo chambers and limiting exposure to diverse perspectives. This disturbing realization highlights the manipulative potential of social media algorithms. How do you feel about this? Do you think social media companies exploit this to control and direct our thinking processes? Or are we just making a fuss over nothing? Please share your thoughts. This footage was shared from Turkey. After an earthquake, someone captured strange lights in the sky. Take a look.
Ne var rengi öyle? He? Niye kuşlar altın gibi parlıyor?
Many lights were hovering like a swarm of birds. The lights moved in an erratic pattern, unlike anything seen before. Some in the paranormal community suggest they could be drones. Others speculated it could be volcanic reaction. While one commenter mentioned they had seen it before but couldn't explain it either. Another commenter suggested that this could be the spirits of the dead floating up there. I guess it does look like it, but is it though? The light's mysterious origin and purpose continue to baffle viewers. Everyone's waiting for answers, but without some more information, it's going to be more of an intelligent guess than an answer. Before we move on to the next one, do you think this is a natural phenomenon or do you suspect something more supernatural? Please share your thoughts.
Ne var rengi öyle? He? Niye kuşlar altın gibi parlıyor?
This whitish creature was found in the sea and is called a Barbie sea pig. They're a type of sea cucumber. Barbie sea pigs, known scientifically as scotoplanes, are fascinating creatures that inhabit the deep ocean. These soft-bodied animals are typically found on the ocean floor, particularly in the abyssal plains at depths ranging from 1,200 to 5,000 meters, or 4,000 to 16,400 feet. Their unusual name comes from their resemblance to pigs, with their plump, elongated bodies and tube-like feet that give them a slight pig-like appearance. They're detritivores, meaning they feed on the organic material that settles on the ocean floor, such as decaying plant and animal matter. By doing this, they help recycle nutrients and maintain the health of the deep-sea environment. Barbie sea pigs have adapted to their harsh, high-pressure, low-light habitat with some interesting features. Their bodies are mostly translucent, and they use their tube feet not just for movement, but also to sense their environment. Additionally, they can inflate and deflate their bodies, which helps them navigate the soft sediment on the ocean floor. Census as far back as 1996. In the clip, we see an individual moving through the forest. The clip has this old film look that's supposed to authenticate the fact that it's an old video. We can tell you that whoever is filming this is looking for something, but what? Well, finding an answer wouldn't take too long because after a few seconds, we see it. There's a strange-looking creature lying in the grass. It doesn't look like any creature or animal known to us. I mean, it does look like a giant ant without all the extra limbs, but that's definitely not normal. Without me saying anything, you can already tell that this has definitely got to be an alien. According to the individual who sent this in, the military shot down an identified flying object in January 1996. The UFO then crashed in a small town in Southeast Asia. Days later, a group of friends discover one and the military steps in. They succeed in catching the aliens, but one of the military gets attacked by an alien and ends up dying. And for some reason, the aliens also die when captured. The military then carefully packages their corpses and transports it to an undisclosed location. I know what you're thinking. If this is true, why didn't anyone make noise about it? Why are we hearing it after close to 3 decades? Also, who took the clip and how do we have it now? So many questions, yet no answers. Someone mentioned there's a documentary of this on Amazon and Apple TV Plus, but I couldn't find it. If any of you know anything about this or have seen the documentary, please let us know in the comments section. If this is true, well, it changes everything. When it comes to road construction, engineers must use strong materials that can withstand the pressure from huge and heavy vehicles. So they use stones, bricks, and the rest. So imagine my surprise when I came across this footage.
In Chicago right now, and I look over at this street that's getting tore up right now, and I'm like, oh, cool, pavers were once underneath this road. No, bro, this is wood. This street in Chicago was like wood pavers. I have never in my life seen this before. I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know this existed. But no, I mean, look at this. It's all...
A man walking through Chicago came across this road. When he looked on the ground, there was what looked like bricks, but as he got closer, he found out that they weren't bricks, but wood. The street was made of wood. How is this even possible for all those years? So I looked at the comment section and some people did confirm it. One person said Wooden Alley is a historical woodblock paved road connecting Astor Street and State Street in the near North Side neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois. The alley is 530 feet, 160 meters long, and composed of wooden blocks roughly 6 to 10 inches, 150 to 250 millimeters long, and 4 inches, 100 millimeter wide. Interesting, wouldn't you agree?
In Chicago was like wood pavers. I have never in my life seen this before. I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know this existed. But no, I mean, look at this. It's all, you can see like the wood dust underneath it. Somebody hooked me up with some knowledge about this because I am shook and fascinated.
Imagine coming home after a long day, eager to relax, only to find this bizarre-looking thing on your door.
I'm scared.
I know if I was the one who saw this, there'd be no evidence left for a video. It's been a while, but we bring back the bonus segment where you get to tell us what we are looking at and give us one fact in the comments section in exchange for your few seconds of fame on the channel. The only thing is, today we chose a rather unusual footage for our segment. I do have absolute faith in you though. I know you guys can find out what this is. Just tell me its name and one fact about it, starting with the word bonus written in caps so I can easily find it. May the best man, slime, win. Take a look at this. We start with a seemingly ordinary plate of mushrooms, but then all of a sudden the mushrooms transform into tiny penguins. Yes, you heard that right. What can CGI not do these days? The transformation is so seamless and realistic that it almost feels like magic. These are the types of videos that get under Julius's skin, but I have to admit it looks almost real. You can see the tiny penguins waddling around on the plate, and if you weren't paying close attention, you might even believe it was real. It's incredible how far CGI technology has come, allowing creatures to craft such lifelike animations. Glowing orbs are a phenomenon that has taken the internet by storm lately. This time we have a rather odd one shared by a group of friends who were hanging out at night when they noticed it. There, in the night sky, is a large orb, and from it, smaller orbs are falling out and floating above the city. But that's not all. As you can see, the smaller orbs are creating some sort of formation. They all position themselves into a straight horizontal line before dispersing in different positions. Now, this is new. What could this mean and what's going on? The fact that the orbs first align in a straight line before dispersing is particularly intriguing. It's almost as if they're trying to communicate or perform a specific task. But what for? Like I said earlier, we haven't seen them do this. I'm not sure if to be intrigued, impressed, or worried, but what do you think? A couple in China recently went apartment hunting and found a surprisingly affordable option in a multi-story building. As they toured the available room, they were shocked to discover a huge gap between the bed and the windows, which extended down to the ground floor. It turned out that all the apartments in the building had the same gaping holes. This hazardous design poses a significant risk. If someone were to walk in their sleep or miss a step in the middle of the night, the consequences could be fatal. Despite the affordability of the apartment, the couple were understandably concerned about the safety implications. Would you consider living in such a place given the affordability, or is the safety risk too great? Encountering strange objects in the night sky can be both thrilling and perplexing. One such incident occurred when someone was driving near a forest one night and spotted the edge of a round-looking craft hovering above the trees. The full craft was not in view though, just a little bit to give it that mysterious and otherworldly feel, if you know what I mean. What made this sighting even more intriguing were the lights on the craft, which changed colors intermittently. When the footage of this encounter was shared online, it sparked a flurry of debate. Some viewers speculated that the object could simply be a drone, while others leaned towards a more extraterrestrial explanation, suggesting it might be an unidentified flying object. Then there were some who thought it was fake. The last thing they expected from an alien ship was to have an RGB lighting system. But then again, we can't really dismiss anything till we have enough proof. Can we? Anyway, what's your take on this? Do you think it's just a drone, or could it possibly be something more mysterious like a UFO? You tell me. In this clip, someone captured an odd-looking white formation in the clouds. It's hard to tell exactly what this could be, whether it's white smoke or just an unusual cloud formation. People in the comments had a lot to say about it, and their theories are quite diverse. Some people believe it's a blue beam projection, while others think it might be a rocket hitting the firmament. There's even a mention of a dome, and one person claimed to have seen something similar in Phoenix. But which of these theories could be true? Our friend Julius thinks that these theories are all false and that what we are seeing is simply a cloud formation. He believes it's nothing more than nature doing its thing in a spectacular way. What about you? What do you think? I've got a clip that goes back as far as 2005. This one is definitely going to stir up some conversations. Take a look. So back in 2005, a group of people were walking through the woods when they stumbled upon something extraordinary on the forest floor. I used the word extraordinary sparingly because, well, it didn't look like anything they had seen. In fact, it appeared to be a lifeless alien creature. It looked like it had been dead for a while. Now, I know the footage is blurry and shaky, but bear in mind this is allegedly from 2005. If that's the case, then by today's standards, it makes sense that the clip looks like this. But that also makes it hard to make out all the details due to the quality of the footage. Now, the question on everyone's mind when they shared this footage with them was, if this truly is an alien being, what was it doing on Earth? How did it end up in the middle of the woods? And what happened to it? Also, where is its ship? It's questions like this that made people skeptical about this being true. There's no way the government will find an alien, kill it, and leave it out in the woods. There's also no way an ordinary man would kill an alien and tell no one about it. A wild animal couldn't steal the alien's ship either. The only logical explanation would be that it was killed by its own kind and left out in the wild. But there's no logical reason for them to risk being exposed. It's thoughts and questions like this that have led many to believe this whole thing is probably a hoax. If you've been on this channel, you know how much I love aliens, but this story is one that's hard to get behind. What do you guys think, though? Do you know what an obsidian blade is? No? Well, today is your lucky day. Take a look. This blade is known as an obsidian blade. It's the sharpest blade in the world, crafted from volcanic glass or lava. Believe it or not, their incredible sharpness far surpasses that of traditional steel scalpels. The edge of an obsidian blade can be just a few molecules thick, allowing it to cut with astonishing precision. Given these features, they're highly valued not only by archaeologists and historians for their historical significance, but also by modern surgeons for certain delicate surgical procedures. Imagine wielding a blade so sharp it can split cells without crushing them. That's the power of the obsidian blade. Isn't it interesting how this ancient technology, honed by civilization like the Aztecs and Mayans, continues to find relevance in today's world? What is that? It definitely doesn't look like any sort of creatures that we're used to seeing, right? So what are we dealing with here? Well, it's online because the people who posted it didn't know what it was either. This was recorded somewhere in China. The creature was spotted by one of the colleagues of the one filming. They initially thought it was a crocodile, but after considering the thought for a while, they realized that would have been virtually impossible given their location. Crocs don't exactly live there. When they got close enough to take a look, they realized that the creature could easily pass for a croc, eel, or maybe a long shot, a sea snake, depending on where you're standing, of course. The bizarre thing, however, was that the creature was none of these things, necessitating them to upload it in the hopes of getting answers. Now, I've seen it, and I must say, it is confusing. Unfortunately, Julius, our science whiz, has gone on one of those science expeditions for the greater good and is without cell service there. Basically, all I'm trying to say is, I don't know what this is, and I can't confirm if it's real or not. Can you? What you are looking at is called the Rainbow Mountain in Peru. Just look at those vibrant colors all over. When I first saw this, I couldn't believe it was real. I thought it had to be photoshopped or edited in some way. But after doing my own research, I found out this natural wonder is very much real. Rainbow Mountain, also known as Vinicunca, gets its incredible colors from the different mineral deposits in the earth. Over time, these minerals have been exposed to the surface, creating this stunning multicolored landscape. The mountain is part of the Andes and is situated at an altitude of over 5,000 meters, over 16,000 feet, making it a challenging but rewarding hike for adventurers. The colors you see are natural, created by layers of sedimentary mineral deposits. Red from iron oxide, green from chlorite, yellow from sulfur, and even purple from goethite or oxidized limonite. It's like a painter's palette come to life. Here we have another ghostly activity captured by a homeowner. This time the footage comes from a security camera set up in the living room aimed at the staircase leading upstairs. One day, the homeowner received an alert about movement in the house. When she checked the live feed, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. But later, when she reviewed the footage more thoroughly, she noticed something unsettling. Looking closely at the staircase, there's a light, smoke-like entity that appears and then vanishes almost immediately. A commenter suggested that this might be the result of a car driving by with the headlights reflected off of something, and of course Julius agrees with the commenter. Adding to the mystery, there have been previous reports of strange occurrences in this house. Lights flickering, doors creaking open on their own, and even cold spots in certain rooms. So what do you think? Could there really be something paranormal at play here? These men came across a hole in the tunnel, and one of them decided to throw something into the hole. What happened next was terrifying. Did you catch that? A large, dark creature began creeping out of the hole. In a panic, the men quickly used a large stone to cover the hole before the creature could fully crawl out. As you can see from the footage, it took significant effort for both men to keep the creature at bay. The strength and persistence they displayed indicated that whatever was down there was powerful and determined to get out. But what could that be? Some speculate that it might be an unknown subterranean creature, possibly a cryptid, or even something out of a horror movie. Others believe it could be a displaced animal, although its size and the men's struggles suggest otherwise. The mystery remains unsolved, but the footage leaves an unsettling impression of what might be lurking beneath the surface. Unless, of course, it's fake, but don't mind me, it's just the skepticism talking. What are your thoughts on this eerie encounter? One mysterious evening, a perplexing sight befell a town as a group of onlookers discovered an ethereal orb hovering in their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the enigmatic sphere looked more like a ball of flames. The flames cast a shadow on the ground that followed it wherever it went, indicating that this was not a fake. Some dared to approach the suspended orb, yet no matter how close they ventured, the orb maintained a mysterious distance. So what could it be? A cosmic phenomenon, a spectral presence, or perhaps an entity from realms beyond our comprehension? Share your thoughts. Next up, we have some astonishing news that might just bring us closer to uncovering the secret to the Fountain of Youth. From a lab in Cambridge, a doctor by the name of Dr. Jill has made an incredible breakthrough. He added a special chemical to the skin cells of a 53-year-old man, and guess what? When he checked on it after 2 weeks, the cells had grown younger by 30 years. Yes, you heard that right. Not 5 years, not 10 years, but 30 years. It's absolutely mind-blowing. So how did they manage to pull off this miraculous feat? Let's take a quick trip down memory lane. Do you remember Dolly, the first ever cloned sheep? Dolly was created from an adult sheep cell that was reversed back to an embryonic state, and then it grew into a full-grown sheep. Well, Dr. Jill applied a similar technique to the 53-year-old man's skin cells. By using a process called cellular reprogramming, they essentially turned back the clock on these cells. The cells reverted to a more youthful state, potentially paving the way for groundbreaking anti-aging treatments in the future. I've always seen people call animals paid actors and thought it was funny until I saw this clip. Just in case you were wondering what's going on here, these animals are pretending to be exhausted because an employee here has a habit of feeding exhausted birds. Isn't it brilliant that these birds not only figured out that but decided to start acting so they could get fed? The next time anyone calls a bird dumb around you, show them this clip. And with that, we end today's episode. Thank you for staying with us. Oh yeah, but before you go, are there clips and videos you think we should have featured by now that we haven't? Well, the good news is you can share them with us and we will post them crediting you. Please send any such footage, including ones you recorded yourself, to us via classifiedcaptures@gmail.com. We'll do our thing and include it in our next episode. We can't wait to receive what you have. Share this video with someone you love, and I will see you in the next one.